Hold on. Let me try that again. I played it through the wrong sound. Excuse me. All right, that was better. That's enough. Welcome to the lab. Sorry about that. I played it through the wrong input. Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It's good to see you guys. Good to be here. Happy Friday evening to you. I hope everybody has a great weekend planned and that your week has been good. Tonight we have a special show for you, as always, and we have a great guest, as always. So we'll get into that here in a second. We're going to talk the Long Island serial killer. We're going to talk about him a bit, and then we'll take some of your calls as well. And so let me introduce you to my guest and friend, Dr. Gary Brucato. He is a author, a forensic psychologist, and author of The New Evil. Also, he's a pianist. That's true.
And all around bon vivant.
I don't know what that means. And then
it's the opposite of a Mennonite.
I know what that is. I definitely know what a Mennonite is. So you're the opposite.
Joking. A bon vivant is like a person that's like cheery and lives a good life, lives the high life, lives it up, enjoys it, milks life.
Plants.
I do love my plants. Don't joke.
You do. You know what? I used to kind of poke fun at it a little bit, and I still do. And that's the end of that sentence. Okay, so welcome, Dr. Gary. And it's been an interesting week.
You know why I like pianos and plants?
No.
They both have pedals.
Did you just make that up?
Yes.
It's very good. Yeah, as fast as possible. So it's been an interesting
moon
week.
Again.
What's that?
We visited the moon again.
Did we really though?
Yes.
No, I'm just saying, does it really count because we didn't actually land on it?
We went to we saw the dark side of the moon finally.
I didn't see it.
I could this I what do you think the dark side of the moon looks like? A Walmart? Probably like a Walmart.
I mean, I would
Come
think
on.
either that or a
Those
TGI Fridays / Applebee's.
something like that. Yes. Vacant, sort of strange creatures walking around going, can I help you find the table saws? Like weird. Definitely Walmart-esque. Come
There
on.
used to be there there used to be a guy, I can't remember his name, but he was friends with Bob Lazar, who was the famous, guy that worked at S4. I don't know if you know who Bob Lazar is or not, but
No.
he claims to have worked on like reverse engineered stuff at Groom Lake and like alien spacecraft recovered from crashes and stuff. And anyway, he said that he had a friend that was kookier than him that would say that he had pictures of the moon that had like big antennas on it and that there were soul suckers.
Oh, sounds like my kind of people.
Yeah. So
I love people who have ideas like that. That's
yeah,
great.
I never heard something.
Let me ask you a question. Is there a place that you consider to be so lame that if you were interested in somebody and they said they wanted you to take them there on a date, you would dump them?
Cleveland.
I mean, you said Applebee's, and my mind immediately went to like if somebody said like Olive Garden. If somebody said they wanted to go to the Olive Garden, I'd be like, listen, I'll be right back. I gotta go, and then I would like go to the bathroom and never come back. Like I'd go through the window of the bathroom, and you'd see me like running away very, very far.
Well, I
Can
guess
you imagine somebody finding the Olive Garden romantic?
it depends. Are we talking about like a first date, like the meetup?
It offends me as an Italian. It's up there with like ragu. Like if I went to somebody's house and they were like, "I made this delicious pasta for you. I worked on it all day. Look, and they pulled the ragu down." I'd be like, "Listen, gotta go," and I'd hit like the unseen eject button that just
Yeah.
made me like blast through the ceiling. I don't know. I just can't handle it. I'm used to people who make their own sauce.
Well,
Olive Garden, you fa schifo.
I've only been to Olive Garden once. I know they have unlimited breadsticks. So I think I think that's a good call, depending on, the physical appearance of either one of you. A bigger Josh might have liked that.
No, I can't handle it. It actually makes me upset because you know what it is? It's like I'm used to the authenticity of real Italian food. I mean, people making the dough with their own hands, and then you go to the Olive Garden, they're like, the waiter comes over and is like, I have a delicious, and then they say the Italian food with an American accent, and it feels almost like somebody is like, I don't know, like screeching their nails on a blackboard in my ear. And then after that indignity that I'm twitching, I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll try that. And then I do, and I'm comparing it in my mind to like what grandma made, and it's too much. I'm done.
So yeah, I mean, how many
For
times have you
myself, I have gone 2 times. I remember them both very well with a kind of dramatic accuracy. And it bothers me when I think, because you know what it is, my logic would be if somebody thinks this is quality, then like how highly could they think of me? You know what I'm saying? Like if a person's like, oh, I'm really happy with this moons over my hammy from Denny's, and I'm like, okay, like this person clearly could not think that I'm that desirable. Like they you know what I'm saying? What taste do they have?
I don't know.
Moons over my hammy? Like, no, sorry, bye-bye. Although I appreciate the puns.
You're the IHOP of all.
Oh, I don't hop. I run when I see one of those. And the thing is, did you ever eat at an IHOP?
Yeah.
I one time to an IHOP, and this is not a joke. I called the waiter over and told him that I couldn't use the syrup, and he said, "Why?" And I said, "It's petrified." It was actually like when you find amber with an insect in it from like the Jurassic period.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Like there's a bug in it, and you're like, if I could drill into that bug, I'd have dino DNA. Like
You
to
could
get over to that burrow and bring back a T-Rex. No, not acceptable.
well,
Anyway, I'm picky. You don't understand. I'm like the Poirot of
okay, so what basically what you're telling me that is that if you meet somebody and you say, hey, where would you like to go on our first
It's
date?
a test. Yes,
And they
absolutely.
say the Olive Garden, you ghost.
Yes. Oh, not ghost. I don't. I think people who ghost have a special place in hell. Like
Yeah.
ghosting is there's like, what I'm saying? There's like murderers and like, arsonists and then like people who ghost you. That I think ghosting somebody is the most offensive and childish thing you could do. Just say to a person, I don't like you and I never want to talk to you again, and here's why.
I've done that.
You've ghosted somebody?
No, I've told people that I don't like you and I don't want to talk to you.
Oh yeah, that I've seen you do. But ghosting somebody just feels like, I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, even like I don't even like that expression because ghosting implies that like the person's dead. Like at
Well,
least they
that's
died.
kind of the
There's a
point.
cause of death. Like a ghost has a cause of death.
Right.
But
Well,
when you ghost somebody, they don't even know what they did. You know what I'm saying? Ugh, that's another thing. Don't get me started. So yeah, but no, I wouldn't ghost them, but there would be no second minute.
but you would say, I don't like you and I don't want to talk to you anymore.
I would be honest. I think that, and then the worst thing, now there's a new term. There's a new term, and it's called it's something like ghost lighting. And ghost lighting, I hate these words, but the ghost lighting, the new term that the youths use when they're not going 6, 7, it means that you not only ghost a person, but then when you're in the mood for love and affection from this predictable figure, you come back and then the person's like, didn't you ghost me for like 3 months? And the person goes, you made that up in your mind. I'm just that type of person. I float in and out. Yeah, that's in your mind. I care about you deeply. And that, so it's a kind of a way of making the person think that they're crazy for feeling that you ghosted them. That's another gemstone of a behavior. So what about you? Seriously, what would you recommend that isn't hideous?
Like on a first date?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I would first date, I think, is probably you gotta take a little pressure off. So maybe a movie and then
Nothing wrong
maybe
with that.
and then a walk on like the pier or something. Just I don't know.
Nothing
Talk.
wrong with walking on the pier, unless you mean,
No,
like
I'm not gonna push some I'm not pushing anybody over.
no, I don't mean that. But I mean like what kind of movie?
Any kind.
Nothing wrong with that. My favorite movie experience that I've had in a long time was I went one night to go see Wall-E. Remember Wall-E? That movie, the Pixar movie about that little robot that like lives alone in a dystopian
I mean,
world.
I don't remember it
And
because I
it's like,
didn't watch it, but I know who it is.
okay, well, I went to go see Wall-E, and there were no other people in the entire theater. Okay, it was just me, and I sat directly in the center, and the screen comes on, Pixar, with the lamp, the whole thing. Okay, and then I watch Wall-E, and by the end of this movie, I'm looking around, and I'm like, this is the saddest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But it gave me such joy that I was able to watch it on the big screen and sort of take it in like that. I like Up the best of the Pixar.
Yeah, I've seen that one before.
It
But
is a very beautiful movie.
there are people in the chat. They're saying, "Well, no, you shouldn't go to the movie because you can't talk." That's why you go to the movie, then after go on the walk to talk about if you liked the movie, and then that sort of spurs conversation. That's what the point of kind of taking some pressure off of a first date is, I guess, to me.
I think going to a movie, it forces you to sit in close proximity to somebody, and all of the feelings that are happening on the screen are getting transferred to you as a couple. So you're being protective if the movie is scary. You're laughing together and having fun without having to say one word. If the movie's romantic, you're feeling romantic. In other words, it's like sitting in a tanning salon and just soaking in the sun, right? You're soaking in all the emotion and you didn't have to do anything. You just sit there and people will go, wow, I'm feeling amused. Yeah, because you just watched, a comedian for 2
Well,
hours.
it doesn't
But
even
it
matter. I'm never
translates
going.
to the person, and it's a great little trick for
It doesn't.
socialization.
It doesn't matter because I'm never going to go on a date ever again anyway. So
Well, listen, I'm close to joining you. I mean, I have to tell you, I mean, I think it's oh, but have you? Is the idea that you've had too many in a row that were horrifying?
no, I'm becoming a monk.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. What makes you want to become a monk all of a sudden?
Just discipline. I need more discipline in my life.
Join the military or something.
I think they don't. What? How old do you will they take a 40-year-old?
Now in 2026, it's like
Yeah.
anything. Please.
Yeah.
It's
And I
like
mean,
the age range is like, do you have placenta to like, are you stooped over on a walking stick? They'll take anything. Are you kidding? There's no, please go. The military, they'll take you.
no, good. I
No,
don't
but
want to.
seriously, all joking aside, if you come to New York, even in a friendly way, if you say you want to go to the Olive Garden or something like that, I'm putting you back on the plane.
Yeah, that's fine.
Going home. Yeah, have a good life. Nice to know you. It's not happening to me.
I
Now,
don't want to go to the Olive Garden.
but you could come and have real Italian food.
Yeah, that's what I plan to do. That's the experience that I want.
I mean, my brother reviews restaurants as part of his shtick, and I'm aware of all the best places. I mean, and he knows everybody too. We'll top it off. We can get seats at restaurants that you can't get into.
Like a Nobu?
Nothing wrong with it. But I wish there was still there are two things I wish we still had. One is automats, which is a word that they've removed from the dictionary now, I'm sad to say. You know what an automat is?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
An automat was a place you went to eat, and there was a wall of glass boxes or metal boxes where there was prepared food, diner food behind it, and you put a coin in and opened it and took that hot meal. So you went in and there would be like rows and rows of everything on the menu instead of ordering from a menu and not knowing what you were going to get. It was in the little boxes, and you were like, "Oh, I'll take the number 2 and the number 8, like the number 7." And you put the coin in, you took it out, you went down, you ate, to your seat, ate it, and got out. And it was very fast because it was all heated and prepared. So you went in and took what you wanted, and you were out, like Howard Johnson's. And the other thing I wish we still had were speakeasies.
Well, I know what that is, but no, I've never heard of an automat before.
Are you serious? Don't you think it's a great idea?
I like to get what I get. Like, I like to be in charge. There's not a lot of things that I can control in my life. I want to be able to control the food that I get. I don't want it randomized.
But you have more control. You see the whole slew of food available. The whole thing is right in front of you. So you see the meals.
It's already prepared. It's weird. It's like a hot box at a deli.
Hot box of a deli.
Hot box at a deli, like the
hot. Sort of poetic for a moment there. Now, all of that aside, I will tell you that it was at a New York eatery that they got the abandonment DNA from Rex Heuermann when he threw his pizza trash out, and that was across the street from where I work, right? And he worked up in an architectural firm that was just like.
How far away is that from where you work?
Where he worked, or where he ate the pizza and got himself?
Well, he ate the pizza. Wasn't that right across the street from you?
Yeah, like just across the street and like on the corner, up the block.
Had you thrown pizza in there too?
Yes, we have been cosmically linked by the abandonment of trash in the same trash bin. We are brothers in the spirit. I mean, of course, it's
look at an entire box of pizza that he threw in there, because he's got a huge gut, dude. I saw his gut the other day, and I was shocked that somebody could stay that fat in jail. Seriously, I'm not even kidding.
He's very big. He's a big boy.
Well, yeah, he's tall, but like his gut is massive.
And he's very scary. He's very
he's horrendous.
He's very ogre like.
Yeah, he looks like Shrek.
Well, I just think about what people would have like come to after, if he blitzed them or whatever, which is what I suspect. They would imagine them coming to, in that whatever place he was taking them.
God.
And doing whatever he was doing to them. And don't forget, he favored very small women for a reason, and he was gigantic. And so you just have to imagine, that the power that he would have felt, the suffocating largeness. And it does seem that his kind of fetish, his signature was this use of ligatures to bind, the victim, top and bottom. It sounded like from the little hints we were getting, and it's it's disturbing stuff. I mean, but what's really disturbing is that we spent a long time. I spent a long time talking to people who were trying to catch him. Who was this guy? Is there more than one serial killer active? Could it possibly be that the same person's been active this long? What kind of personality do you think he would have? Well, etc. And then he's right there. Like, it just proves, that sometimes things are right under your own nose. It's absolutely shocking.
Yeah, he is obviously, now. So now they're saying that he has pleaded guilty to 8 murders. But that, I mean, that cannot be the end of that. I mean, there's something. Somebody mentioned that maybe part of the reason that he has pled guilty to this is sort of the fact that he thinks that maybe this is going to close the chapter on his life, like, his reign of terror, when he was obviously kind of moving about. I don't think, I don't think that this is all in one location. Do you?
No. I mean, I don't know, but that type of person tends to have quite a number of victims.
Locations.
We're talking about like possibly 30-year period. So there is a tendency to have a little sort of pile of victims and then sort of go to another place and have a little pile. But I've heard things where people are wondering about him being in multiple states, that kind of thing. I mean, in my own data, the average offender of the sexually sadistic type, which is what he is, serial killer of that type, has 12 victims, and this guy was theoretically active from about 1993 to 2023. So you're talking about 30 years. I mean, is it any wonder that the BAU wants to talk to him?
Yeah, I wonder how something like that came about too. By the way, I don't understand that. I mean, is that something that was directed at the FBI? The FBI says, "Look, this has to be part of your deal."
I don't know. Well, I think it is sort of like a sine qua non of the of this, is that he has to talk. But I'm sure he's going to enjoy the boasting, or the getting to tell them, because the whole point of it is like, how did you outsmart everyone, for 30 years? And we want to, because I think that they want to sort of learn, but I also think they want closure on the cases, So that's the whole thing. I'm so happy. There's somebody in the audience that I won't say who it is, but they wrote me such a unique comment on my piano page that I told them, I was like, I instantly like you are awesome, like whatever. And then I never saw them again.
That was me.
No. I thought that was very nice to see the person here. See, okay, that
It's
people come around.
the perfect.
Nice. I'm happy to see them. And there's a lot of nice people in the chat. You don't have too many people today that are, I guess they're all at the Olive Garden.
If they're at the Olive Garden, we don't want them here.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I don't. I have nothing against the Olive Garden. You have problems with the Olive Garden, not
take back this. I want to go just to say something like, please.
So
take back this lasagna. It's giving me agita. And just have them like take it back. Like that would amuse me to no end. But seriously, but back to Heuermann. Yeah. So I mean, you have to understand that there are 4 types of serial killers, right? First of all, actually, I think it's better to point out what the heck a serial killer even is. First of all, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that the word serial killer has something to do with killing in a series, but it doesn't. The original term had to do with serials that were a type of movie. So when you went to the movies in the 30s or 40s before the main feature, you see how all the things we meander into talking about, I tie them into the conversation later. It's like going to the movies and the Italian. Yeah, okay. So, but it sets the stage, you see. But so you would go to the movie, and then before the main feature, before the main picture, as we say in New York, there would be these little cliffhangers or chapter plays or serials like Flash Gordon or Dick Tracy or the Green Hornet or something. And you
Yeah.
would keep going to the movies to watch the installment. And the idea was that these killers, this type of offender that was being considered by the FBI and other people, was curious because his only motive was to kill for the pleasure or the fantasy. And so the idea was they're like those villains in those old serials. They're serial killers. See? And the fact that it happens to be a series is just a coincidence. But the name stuck, I think, for that reason. Now, in the original definition, you killed 3 or more people separated in time by a cooling off period. Cooling off period has not been well defined. I use the definition in my work of a month or more. So there's a period where you're not killing, and then you go out and you do it again. And the 3 or more was not just random, it had to be 3 or more people that you killed in the service of abnormal psychological gratification. And the definition has now changed to be 2 or more victims separated in time by a cooling off period, period. So you now no longer need the abnormal psychological gratification. So if you used to include only people that killed because they got sexual gratification from the torture, let's say, or the sexual assault, that made sense. But now you could be like a guy who goes around killing the witnesses to your bank robberies and you're a serial killer, as long as they're separated by a month. See, I like the original definition. And they changed it to 2. And as I said, and there are 4 types generally, right? So this is something Michael Stone and I have talked about. So in our conceptualization, although you'll hear others, the 4 types are um, angels of death, who are not sexually interested in their victims, but they kill them to experience they're doctors and nurses and things who kill their victims to achieve a kind of grandiose pleasure from sort of arbitrating life and death, or being the one who is sort of in the room when the person goes into cardiac arrest or something, but you're the one who caused it, that kind of thing. So there's that. And second type are mothers who repetitively kill their children for the attention. So they become addicted to the public attention or the funeral behavior or the gifts they receive, and they keep killing their children for that reason, or they make their children sick until they die, like kind of Munchausen's by proxy scenario. Then you have, and that type has existed a long time. I have cases on record of that go back centuries. That's not an uncommon type of serial killer. The third type is the misanthropic serial killer, usually on a mission, who hates a specific group of people or the whole human race and kills purely for the power or the notoriety, but they're not assaulting sexually, right? Like Zodiac Killer or Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. But one might make the argument that some of what they do is sexual. Like the Son of Sam technically was not sexually motivated, but he was masturbating after setting fires and things like that. So there's a little bit of a sexual element. And then the fourth, which is the massive pool of most serial killers, is serial killers who use sex or assault, really, sexual assault, perversion, as an expression of domination and control against people to level the playing field for years of feeling overlooked or rejected or abused or whatever. And that gets fused with the sexual. And there can be no doubt in the Heuermann case, where we see all the classic elements, the use of ligatures and restraints, torture seeming to be present, the enjoying trolling for victims and finding somebody who fits your fantasy and has a certain body type, the enjoyment of domination, the enjoyment of even outsmarting the victim. For example, imagine needing to bring an empty envelope to a sex worker, right? Like I outsmarted you. You thought I was going to pay you. Here's the envelope. It's empty, right? Now she gets angry. Oh, I thought you were paying me. You're a liar. But it was totally unnecessary to do that because you're going to kill them anyway. Like, why not give them the money and then kill them and take the money back? Why do you have to outsmart them and then kill them, right? It's just another humiliation. So I think, you put that all together and you wind up with this picture of a person who's also very cruel and doing the kind of extras that I'm always talking about that really characterize evil behavior, right? The other thing is very classic about this particular guy is the double life, the compartmentalization, right? Boring architect, schlubby architect by day, outrageous serial killer by night, that kind of thing. And that's when you think about that, that's disturbing that a person could get away with that for decades.
Mm.
I mean, imagine, we know from his search history that he was looking up his own case, talking to women who were potential victims about it, getting himself kind of what I want to know, if you want to know, this is the kind of disturbing thing that experts like me have to think about. One of the things I want to know, if I could ask something of the case, is yes, we know that you were looking up outrageous pornography of young people, women being abused, punched, whatever, and we know that you were looking up your case, right? What I want to know is what's the order of the searches? Did you look up your case and get turned on and then look up stuff to masturbate? Like, is the idea that like you were getting aroused reading about the murders and then you looked at the porn? You see what I'm saying? Or was it like a come on for you to read about? Because that's what you wanted to say. I mean, that's the depth of depravity you're dealing with here. And
Yeah. Well,
so yeah.
one of the most disturbing things about Rex and the evidence that was levied against him would be his checklist that he had, and he seemed to be very like type A about things. He was obviously very careful. Um, when you're talking about a cooling off period with these
Yeah.
offenders, what are some of the reasons that they do take a cooling off period, and uh, what is usually, I know that I'm sure that it ranges, but what's the longest cooling off period that you know of?
Oh, look at BTK. I mean, you can go years. It depends because there aren't too many people who have, to my knowledge, studied what the heck causes cooling off periods. So since you're asking, I'll tell you some hypotheses I've heard. One is that the killing is almost like an addiction, like we saw with Tommy Lynn Sells, where the person has a period that they could go without needing to kind of do it, right? I don't want to say needing, but feeling compelled
Yeah,
to
the
do
urge. Yeah,
it,
right.
right? Where it's almost like biological in their mind. They have an urge, and then the second is that they need a life event that humiliates them, right? Something comes along that makes the person, you know, suddenly feel that they have to go out and like I said, level the playing field in some way. Um, and then oh, I like that somebody said it's always the same conversation, dating and then this.
Who
That
said that?
this person who's always in the audience making the same snarky comment. It's okay. Why don't you take that rascally little finger you have and hit the little eject button and boot them out?
I don't even see him.
Oh, they're there. And bye bye. And I don't like that, but I just think if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You know what I mean? I mean, what are we here for? Like the reason we repeat these things is because people they want to learn, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So let them go. Boring. And so moving along. So another possibility for the cooling off period is simply that you're afraid of getting caught.
Yeah, that's sort of that I was thinking. Like, if there was a close call or something like that, that would make people sort of probably back off for quite a while, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, that. I mean, the idea is, especially with DNA, very, very hard to get away with this stuff now. If you look at the planning doc that Heuermann had, you see the meticulous detail that he would put into things, tarps and, every other way of sort of like preventing leaving anything, hair and blood and so, and it's like, it's not even that you don't want to go to jail. It's that it's also, I think, you don't want your fantasy world to end. You know what I mean? You don't want to be deprived of this thing that you're just so crazy about doing. And I actually shouldn't say crazy about, because it gives the implication that I think these people are, disturbed psychiatrically. I think they are in a personality sense, and they're sexually perverse, but they're not deranged. They know, they're really quite organized and know what they're doing. I heard a story about Heuermann that, there's this question about whether the vault in the home was like, a site of activity, the soundless vault. And I read a story that a woman he worked with needed to go to the house, and he reportedly took her down to the area where she didn't know what was on the other side of this door, and he's sort of like hitting on it, like tapping on the door, going, "Yup, like this is my room," what. And think about if she didn't, her not knowing that he might have been killing women in there, and that he just couldn't resist, banging on the door and kind of like teasing the idea that if he wished, he could have overpowered her and dragged her in there like Leatherface, in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, slide that door open and just tug her in, and nobody would hear you scream in there, right? And I think there's something about that idea, like, I'm doing this and you don't realize that I'm sparing you, that can make a person feel very godlike.
And there's also something very sinister and calculated about the people, the women, excuse me, the poor women and victims that he was going after, because he obviously preferred smaller women because they were easier to control. The calculation, the premeditation of those things is so, sinister and disturbing, that he was so thought out. Now, from his logistical thought process, I guess it's understandable, but he's on the complete opposite end of the spectrum of small, petite,
Right.
and like you said, the fear, that's really what bothers me about him, is that, and Holly says right here, he was so smug in court, in the way that he kind of just sat there, and you're sitting there, and the judge is doing what the judge has to do and having the conversation with him, but at the same time, it's very hard to look at him and the way that he's answering and being so respectful, where we truly know this man respects nothing. He doesn't respect humans. He doesn't respect human life. He doesn't respect families, victims, or anything.
Well, it's worse than that. It's worse than that, because actually he did, but only some people.
Well, he only respected the people that he wanted to, and that he couldn't dominate or get pleasure out of. He just, that, yeah. But I don't think somebody like that really respects anybody, truthfully. I mean, they may pretend to, and he puts on a good face, and he's, I don't even know what kind of an architect he was, but hopefully he could build a bridge to his cell and sit his ass in there for the rest of his life. He got a pretty sweet deal compared to, or he just got a sweet deal. I mean, it really is. I mean, Bundy didn't get that, and nor did Tommy Lynn Sells, or they didn't get those sweet deals. And he's to me, and tell me if you think I'm off here, but it seemed like he was sort of happy about it.
Happy that he gets to talk.
Happy that he can just put this all, like, he's done his deeds, he's done his dirty deeds. His reign of terror is ended, and his punishment now is just to spend the rest of his life in jail. I mean, that doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
Well, you see,
to me personally,
one of the points we've talked about before, I mean, I'll just reiterate very quickly for people that haven't heard it before, because there seem to be some new faces here. Is this idea that when you're living a compartmentalized life, now, actually, I should be clear. There's a difference between compartmentalization and what Dennis Rader has called cubing. Now, the difference is that compartmentalization is a little bit unconscious, right? You're fragmented and you can have two completely non-integrated aspects of yourself, right? And you don't see necessarily the hypocrisy or the outrage of how fragmented they are. You know, you're a churchgoer by day, and then you come home and you say, honey, I'm going out, you know, for a beer. And you like, you know, you go off and you're doing something where you're living a double life, you know, you're going to the, you know, airport bathroom and having hookups or something, you know, the non-integrated fragmented life, you know, but it might not be completely conscious how fragmented that is, or that it's a result partially of trauma sometimes, or guilt about certain parts of the self. Cubing, as Dennis Rader called it, as I said, is really where you intentionally show a different part of yourself and you're amused that you're successfully hiding your true nature. So it's more a technique of the predator, of going like, you know, like, and that type of person, like I was talking about with the banging on the door, like if you only knew what was here, right? This could kill you, haha. You know, that's the type of person that would be amused, for example, to have a, you know, like a bloody weapon they just killed somebody with, and they've gotten rid of the body, and they take the bloody weapon and they put it under the seat cushion in the house. And then some friend comes over and is sitting on the couch, you know, with the knife underneath them, and has absolutely no idea that they're sitting on a weapon that was used to murder somebody, and it amuses the killer. You know what I'm saying? Like if you only knew. I think Israel Keys is a good example of somebody who kind of got off on the idea that people were walking around not knowing that buried right under the dirt was something that was going to be used sometime years later.
And if you're new to the channel, we have done an entire episode on Israel Keys, and it was a great one. So check that out as well. You know, I don't know. I'm seeing this in the chat where people are saying that he's getting margarine as part of his plea deal. I don't know if I don't know if that's true.
I don't know. I don't even want to know. But
margarine.
No comment. I mean, for God's sake, go for butter. But I think, but I you know what I'm saying? The really good one too. You know, with but the reason I'm mentioning that is because when you are living the fragmented existence, there is a longing to have the people around you find out what you really are, sometimes, because you think that's like the greater, more attractive, more powerful version of yourself, right? So, you know, we mentioned BTK. You know, BTK would hide photographs of himself dressed up as victims right there in the house. I mean, anybody could have found them maybe, and then there would be the end of the split, right? So I think that thing of kind of banging on the door is like, on a certain level, is a way of saying like, you know, I'm looking at this young woman who's here in this house. God knows what he was thinking about her, if anything, right? And then he's banging on that door, and it's like a way of saying like, you want me to show you what I really am? Like in there, I'm God, right? In there, I'm powerful. In there, I'm, you know, and I think that's how you have to see it, is that kind of person, they long to sort of rip that mask off and show you, because that part of the self is a reflection of the way they want to be seen. And well, you know, so they want to bridge the private life and the secret life, you know, and the public life.
And Eat the Food Tina, that's a Napoleon Dynamite.
I love that name. Yeah, I know it intimately. I'm a big fan of the movie.
I am too, actually. Josh, in my opinion, life in prison without parole is more punitive than the death penalty. I mean, that's, you know, look, that's just an opinion, and I respect your opinion, but I know the kind of life that people live in prison, and just really not. Look, yeah, there are some awful pitfalls in prison, and you have to really watch your back, blah, blah, blah. There's also softball teams. There's also a rec yard. There's also weights. There's also coffee. There's also TV. There's also, free health care. There's also,
Don't get any romantic ideas about prison. If you've ever actually been to one, they're hell on earth.
I've been,
You have, of course, they're hell. I mean,
no, I'm not saying that, but I'm also saying that there are also some pleasures.
Well,
what I'm saying is that there are people that live in prison that it doesn't really bother them much, that they just kind of live a life.
well, some of them are people who have never had a parentified socializing experience where someone is telling them do this and you're a good boy and do that and you're a bad boy. And being in prison becomes the closest they've ever come to having a stable, predictable authority figure. That's why some people wind up getting institutionalized, like the James Whitmore character in The Shawshank Redemption, who can't handle life outside because he's been in there for so many decades that he winds up taking his own life because he can't. He fantasizes about killing somebody and going back to prison. I worry about that with people who not worry, but I think a lot about how part of what might tempt a person who's been in prison to commit another crime is that there is this sort of weird longing sometimes just to go back to the predictable, structured environment.
Well, look, first of all, I didn't make it sound like a retirement home. And second of all, there are levels to prison. Okay. There are open dorm prisons, low security, where they're eating Ben and Jerry's ice cream. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. It's true. So
can I be honest about something?
What?
I would kill for some Ben and Jerry's ice cream right now.
You'd end up in prison. And so, but the problem.
Admit it. You'd enjoy it right now, right?
I will not.
You're avoiding sweets, right?
I will not eat Ben and Jerry. I will not eat ice cream.
You don't like Ben and Jerry?
I like ice cream, but I will not eat it.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. So
thinking about it.
But anyway, there are different levels of prison. So what I'm saying is, if he can, he gets, I don't know, good behavior for a while and things like that, he's not going to be living, this isn't like, it's not going to be living in some like squalor for forever. I mean, it's not a retirement home. I mean, I know I was going to say I've been to prison, but I haven't. But I've been to prisons, and I've been to two of the worst prisons that there are. And one of them is San Quentin. The other one's Pelican Bay. Both god awful prisons. And I'm telling you that people, they acclimate quite well. It's true. They really, really do. Now, does that mean that he's going to have a great time? No. Does that mean that he's going to want to stay there? No. Will he want to, would he rather be out free and doing stuff? Yes. Yes, he could be. Yes, that's what he would want. But anyway, I did not make it sound like a retirement home. But if it was, it's to me, I don't, I just don't buy the fact that like life in prison is worse than the death penalty.
What justice could there be for someone who is admitted to 8 murders and for God's sake may have killed more, right? I mean, I hope that if there is an interview with behavioral science, part of it is going to be, talking about all the other victims that might be. We don't know, but there might be, because there easily could be from other offenders of that type, right? I mean, and you have to understand, like, justice? Like, are you kidding me? What justice could there be for somebody like that?
None.
Destroyed and maimed and, probably possibly tortured and dismembered and lied and, I mean, you just have to imagine, like, it's not possible.
I don't.
Living in a cell is never a match for that. There's no comparison. It's just one of the things where you just have to like be the bigger person and be like, well, I'm glad that we have closure on this, and now he'll live in a cell, and that's it. But no, justice is. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
No,
I So I agree. I agree with the no justice part of it, but you know so I would assume that you're probably going to write about him if you haven't already started in your next installment or book.
Right. I don't like to write about the ones that I know want to be written about.
And you think that he does?
Yeah, of course.
Where would he be?
Well, if I'm right that he had a area that was set aside for the purpose of torture, um, depending upon how intense and prolonged, protracted that torture was, probably a 22. He could theoretically be an 18, but probably a 22. And you have to understand that serial killers that are sexually motivated do not generally kill for the sexual thrill. The killing is done either because you are asserting so much force with what you're doing that the person dies, or you kill them to eliminate a witness after doing whatever you're doing to them. Most of the serial killers are annoyed, they're frustrated, they've spent so much time finding what they think is a perfect victim sometimes, and then the person passes and they now have to go out and find, because these people are completely interchangeable to them. So, so it's like there's a first, like I'm aware of a serial killer that killed two girls, they weren't women, girls on the same day. And he took the second victim who was friends with the first one because he was upset that she died too fast from the torture. So he went out and took her friend, killed her. See? So that you have to understand that from that sort of weirdly practical perspective, they want the person alive to do whatever they're going to do to them. And then in that world, there's this subtype that enjoys being organized and sort of luring or bopping a person, whatever, and bopping them on the head and taking them somewhere to engage in this secretive little stuff that you're going to do with them. Secretive stuff, not little. That type that actually creates a torture chamber or a place where all the tools that they might use are around them. And I do think that's what he had. I remember in the planning document, it uses the word high point. I think it's high point. And the interpretation that people made of that term was that it referred to a place in a ceiling or on a beam where you could like hang the person and they wouldn't break the wood, right? But
Right.
I know the word high point from people that I grew up with who were contractors. My understanding of the word high point is it means those little metal hooks that you stick like on the wall of a garage or something to hang tools from, so that like all your tools are right there, ready at the quick. And I think that he had a room where there were little high points with all the tools laid out. And so my sense is that there was an isolated place where somebody might wake up after a blitzing or something like that, and then he would do whatever. They were probably bound to a table or something, right? And that there was a lot of strangling or use of ligatures or binding that was getting him aroused, and probably being larger than the victim, having control over her, hearing the screaming. The vault was soundproofed, by the way, right? As I understand it. So you have this isolated place. Now,
Wild.
having an isolated place for that stuff is very unusual. You could count on a few hands the numbers of serial killers that actually had torture chambers or so forth, right? So I would consider that a kind of torture chamber, right? An isolated room where a place where you do what you're going to do. And but just look at this, the planning that went.
Well, yeah,
Like an
that's
architect, right? The obsessionality of an architect.
yeah. So I mean, he's sitting here, and we did an episode about this on the witness box, but he's got it broken down into
It's a
problem,
blueprint.
supplies, dump sites,
Mhm.
and targets. Right. That's what I would assume TRG is meaning. Um, but he's got a list of every single problem that he can think of, and the fact that he's got burn cans, hair nets, bags, tape.
It's pretty bad. Anything else on there that jump out at you and just give you like a complete nightmare? I mean, there's a lot of things on there that
Yeah, saw and cutting tools,
yeah.
lye
So
and
what do you
acid
think that's for?
for dismemberment.
Right, which would be probably post-mortem and done to get rid of remains, right? Generally.
Yeah, I would think so. And then,
I've studied dismemberment with Ann Burgess and Victor Petrecka. The main reason for it is getting rid of a body.
but yeah, he's just, and a lot of this, if you look at this, and then if this is what he followed and sort of evolved as as he was doing this, which is I think what a lot of serial killers do. The longer that they don't get caught, they start to sort of perfect what they're doing, or at least in their mind, try to perfect it. I mean, you have, like I said, you have uh, dump sites. He wanted to recon next time, so he comes back. He's probably got this in some sort of spreadsheet,
And he's
and
evolving. He's evolving over time. You get the sense that he's adding to this like a recipe that worked, but not perfectly. So you add, right?
correct.
It's a planning document that probably grew over time because he seems to have changed MOs a little bit, right? Not all are dismembered, for example.
Right.
You start to get more nervy, like which came first, being nervy and then, and keep, you have to really start to think about the ordering of the development. I mean, this may give us a clue if he kept the list in order, but we don't know. Note the cat litter. That's very disturbing
What is cat litter for? To soak up blood?
and absorbs odor.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
Um,
just the hair nets, to not.
burn can. So is that that's a burn barrel? Is that what that would be?
Let me see what you're looking at.
On supplies about halfway down.
Burn can. Hmm. I assume that is a place where you can safely set alight things that you are trying to eliminate, like a piece of
Like a burn
clothing
barrel.
yeah, probably. And tarps, drop clothes, medical gloves, bags, tape, large electric clips, ratcheted cargo strap, a police scanner. Notice the misspelling a la Zodiac, which is interesting. Sometimes very visual people can have problems with verbal skills. You know what I mean? Like they're like very, they can be very sort of unihemispheric in a way. You can
I
see
wonder
learning
what.
and
So,
things, but we don't know.
starting his problems. He's got a pretty good list here. DNA, tire marks, blood stains,
Mhm.
um, the plastic bag cat litter, witnesses is a big problem. Trace source of supplies. So he's even thinking about,
Dump
if
sites.
it,
Look at the
well,
dump sites.
he's thinking about dump sites, but he's also like the trace source of supplies, like that they could go back and figure out who bought all these supplies from what place. And so he would probably go and break those up. Like he would go, here and there and there. So it'd be much more difficult to buy, or it would be much more difficult to kind of go back and figure out exactly who
Right.
got all these supplies from one place. And because people have gotten caught doing that
Right.
before as well. Photos, but the one I'm curious of is the police stop. Okay, so yeah, obviously a police stop is an issue. What would his plan be if he got stopped by the police?
Who knows? I mean, it's not this type of person's first rodeo with that. Usually they remain very calm, so they're plausible. And it's I don't know, but there would be some kind of story. I mean, remember when Jeffrey Dahmer got stopped and he had a body in the back and he said, "Oh, I'm just taking the bag of leaves to the
Oh, I remember.
incinerated." I mean, it's like that's what you're dealing with. The type of person who has already prepared what because the key to lying for this type of person is to not have a physiological reaction that makes them look nervous. So it's rehearsed, they'll say it. It's like just answering like, what day of the week it is. There's no alarm in them when the pupils aren't going to change size. They're not going to be jittery. A really good liar, whatever that means, can look you right in the eye without flinching. And I think that's why people can pass lie detector tests. Because if you're psychopathic, you're not going to have physiological reaction to. There was very interesting part of that book I just read that I told you about last time by Anna Salter, whom we're going to be interviewing soon.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I think.
Yeah, me either. But it's that book that's called Confronting Malice. It's a very interesting thing where she has a study in there where there's a group of people who meet criteria for psychopathy and a group of people who don't, and they're hooked up to two devices that are reading their physiology, right? Yeah. And the questions asked them are like, I want you to imagine something like, I want you to imagine the following situation. And so the first situation is something like you're sitting in your house and someone comes in with a weapon, drags you outside and said, I'm going to kill you and your whole family. And then the other one is something like an insult to you. And what they found was that the non-psychopathic people, of course, became extremely alarmed, really, by the first thing. And the second one was upsetting too, but really upset by the first thing. The psychopaths had no physiological reaction to the threat of hurting them. None. It was like you were talking about the weather. But they became so upset by the insult, that some of them could not go back to the general prison population after the testing until they cooled down, or they would have killed someone. The alarm is so intense with the little bit of narcissistic injury. Think of Tommy Lindsell's killing the woman who bumped into him. Right. And so you want to think about that. And it also helps to explain how these people can develop these sort of weird idealization of some people who have been very cruel to them. Like if you tried to talk badly about Tommy Lindsell's mother, who threw him out of the house, that he sometimes hated, he would yell at you and say, she's my only mother, I love her, that kind of thing. And yet he also felt that she had thrown him out of the house after he made a sexual advance, which incidentally I understand. I mean, he was outrageous, but he saw her as having rejected him and yet loved her.
Right.
You see what I mean? So it's like, if you don't get alarmed, abuse, what he might have seen as abuse, isn't going to get to you necessarily. You don't care about that. You only care about psychological insult. It's interesting to think about that.
Do you think now that his DNA is on file, that there will be others that they link to him?
I'm sure they've already run it. I mean, don't you think? They would have used it to go from
I think that they've run it, but I don't think that, obviously, they haven't came across anything publicly yet. But
I think that there's something he's going to probably do what a lot of these guys do, which is that you use the victims as bargaining chips. I want this, I'll tell you about a body, that kind of thing. And he may like the attention. I mean, you
got an Xbox for doing that. I'm not kidding.
Seriously, who? What are you talking about?
There was a case where this guy negotiated with investigators that he wanted an Xbox in his cell, and he would take them to the body that they were looking for.
To get an Xbox? And he was rewarded with an Xbox? Seriously?
Yes.
I don't understand these things. Well, all I know is that this guy has been something of a black box in terms of as areas of his life that we really need to know about. We know very little about his childhood, for example. A person doesn't just wake up one day and become a sexually sadistic serial killer. What's that about? Why did he have such hostility toward women? Why did he feel so disempowered that he was aroused by doing what he did? At what age did belts become sexy to him, sexually arousing to him? Was he stealing the belts from people as part of the thrill? Did he hunt people? Did he just troll them? Did he have such a clear idea of what the victim needed to look like for his sexual pleasure that he would, fly them in from places? Or did he just pick up anybody that looked sort of transient and invisible to him?
Well, on his checklist, he called it after hunt. Get sleep, or get extra rest before hunt, or something along those lines. Right. So he obviously looked at it as hunting.
Well, men generally, even normal men, they are hunters in terms of how they think. That it's a sort of strange quality men have. So, like, for example, I've done many interviews with people where they are talking about their sexual proclivities, either because they're a sex offender, and those are the abnormal people, or people where I'm assessing them and they're not meeting criteria for anything, and they're just, down to earth person who's telling you about their life and whatever. And, one of the things I've learned is very common for men when it comes to pornography is they do the same thing with looking for pornography that you would imagine a person doing who's hunting. So they're scrolling through a bunch of websites or a given website to find a scenario or a person who has a certain look that they're finding attractive. And so they troll for the perfect clip, right? So there's a thing that thrills them visually. They have a certain thing that arouses them, a scenario, an object, whatever, or a certain physical characteristic or racial characteristic or size or something that they're looking for. And it can take a long time to find the video that does it for them. And then once they find it, there's this kind of feeling of release. Now take that and apply it in a outrageous way to a person who is trolling around looking for a person who meets their sort of psychological fantasy criteria.
Right.
And what you have is what I have called, I coined the word for it. I always remember it's very funny moment on Dateline where they say Dr. Brucato coined the term prototype, and then it's like me at the desk, like using the computer and typing the word in. It's very funny. Well, I came up with that term
You mean you coined the word prototype?
for homicide.
Oh, I was going to say,
not the old Greek.
I was like, you made that word.
No. I mean, I coined it as a term in true crime, in
I've been
forensic.
saying that for years now.
Right, I'm sure.
I'm just kidding.
And you're so funny. And but what I meant by it is that you have to understand that an offender who's fantasy driven, and all these sexually motivated serial killers are, the idea is that they have what has been called in the literature a surrogate victim, right? It's there's a person asking a question, by the way, that is based directly on something that I have introduced into the public sphere. So, like, I'm the one who said that. So yes, I believe that. But this is interesting. But so anyway, so there's what they call a surrogate victim. So you have a person who stands for who has hurt you, right? They're the scapegoat, right? Ted Bundy feels rejected by women, so he goes out and finds women that he considers beautiful and unavailable and whatever, and then kills them as the surrogate for who he's really upset at, right? Well, what we didn't have a term for is who the original person is that is being projected onto them. Who is that? Is your mom? Is it an ex-girlfriend? Is it a girl who rejected you in childhood? Who is it? And so I called that the prototype. See, and the argument could be made that for some of these sexually sadistic serial killers, they're really killing the same person over and over and over and over through these surrogate victims, but they want to get it perfect. They think like a movie director who wants to go out and cast perfectly, right? And if they cannot find the perfect, sometimes they will settle. I hate to put it that way, but they'll settle for somebody that they consider less desirable, but they want the release. So they'll just sort of even though that person doesn't really meet the prototype criteria, they're like sort of hungry. And we learned on the interview room in an interview we did with a Bundy survivor, a prominent Bundy survivor, that the Chi Omega House was actually a kind of consolation prize for him. He had been trying to lure a woman from a dance earlier in the same evening, and she didn't go with him.
Right.
And then furious, pent up, he wandered into the Chi Omega House because the door was open, and just sort of had a release. And so, the idea is that those victims just didn't necessarily look like the prototype because they weren't his focused kind of type in terms of. So you want to understand that. And I think Rex Heuermann had a type. petite,
Yeah.
women that um, were off the social radar a little bit, that kind
Well,
of.
and I think that, yeah, and I also think that that's sort of a blueprint for serial killers that are, sadistic in nature, because uh, a lot of the time, women who are sex workers are marginalized and sort of discarded, and they go missing a lot, and sometimes come back, a month later, 2 months later, or whatever, and then um, you just sort of, I guess, don't really think about it. They're not thought of as somebody who goes to work every day, punches in, goes home to their family. That they're not always, in the
Right.
rotation of, and that has. I'm not saying anything. I actually, I think that makes it even more disgusting that they prey on women that are already struggling in life, to that they feel that this is what they have to do to, make ends meet, or whatever it is that they're trying to get money for. It makes them easy, soft targets, because they put themselves in precarious situations with unloquacious humans.
Right, but we must be careful not to give even the slightest hint of victim blame.
Oh, not even a
Right.
little.
And I know that's not what you mean, but there's always
No,
someone who's going
no,
to
I'm
miss.
saying that
Right.
it's the same thing like the Green River Killer, and
Oh, yeah.
that these are the kind of women that they go after, and a lot of the time, and that makes it, to me, it makes it just absolutely terrible, that women are already, or the women that have become the victims are already struggling in life. You see what I'm saying?
I know.
And then you have some sick freak, some fat bastard like Rex Heuermann, who is out there writing lists, and stalking and hunting these women. It's almost unfathomable that humans like this exist, yet they exist in droves. You know that better than anybody. Um, they're
Well, look. The reality is that there are a lot of people who have selfish ends and ultimately are as loyal as their options and will take advantage of people. There are people who look really good. They look like lovely people, but under the right circumstances could be pretty selfish and use you and do terrible things. And then at the very far end of the spectrum are people that are so psychopathic that their solutions to things are really outrageous, right? So you'll say to the person, I don't understand why you blew up the pharmacy. Well, I wanted condoms, but I was ashamed to buy them. So I blew the place up. I had to get them. I needed a solution. So
right.
I just set the whole place on fire, blew it up, And that there's that kind of thing, right? And so you have to think of a person who is very Machiavellian and kind of, you know, uh, wants to get an effect. It's like a scientist would think, right? What independent variable do I manipulate to get what I want? And imagine a person being just a means to an end like that. So whatever I need to do to get you where I need you to be is justified because I have a need, I have a desire, I feel like doing what and there's no, it's like when David Parker Ray would pick a woman up and trap her in that torture chamber, right? In the trailer, the toy box. He had that tape that we played to women who were completely interchangeable to him, right? It was a tape of instructions of everything that you had to do and it was going to happen to you. And there's one part where he says on there something like, "You may have a bill to pay. I don't give a rat's ass. You may have somewhere to be tomorrow. I don't care. You may have a kid at home. I'm not interested."
Right.
Yeah. And he's like basically saying like the individuality of you is of no significance. So it's not shocking that this person, this type of person would go into a world in which they feel people are kind of easily plucked and won't be missed. In their mind, no one cares about these people. They're invisible. They're going to get away with it.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
low-hanging fruit, you know,
Right.
and that's disgusting. Every one of these people had someone who loved them. Even the serial killer.
Well,
had people who loved him,
that was the best. I say the
right? Even we have people who love us.
not well.
I think
I love you.
Oh, shucks. Thank you, Jeff. Mutual, but weird.
It was the way that I said it came off really weird, didn't it?
I love you.
I love you. Anyway,
Thank you. I gotta go. But seriously, thank you.
You're welcome.
What do I get?
Nothing. The plea protects the narrative and his wife and her involvement with Karen. Look, and I know a lot of people are saying that. His wife was charged with nothing. I don't know. I just
everyone's telling me they love us. I love you. Look at this. It's a love fest.
Really?
Yeah. You believe this? Good. With I love you. Settle down.
I'm good.
Hilarious. Look at this love you brought about.
I just said that you just said that you didn't know if people.
I'm making a joke.
I know that, and I told you I loved you because I actually do.
Well, thank you. And why shouldn't you?
Now it's less now, but I still do.
Well, you know what it is.
What?
How do I say this? I think it's very beautiful when people say that, but I like people who show it. I am much more an action person.
I am not wondering that.
No, but seriously, I am an action person. I have seen people that say they love a person and don't do a damned thing for them. Did you ever have, just as a side comment, because the audience can relate to this much more than a serial murderer. Let me ask you something. Did you ever have a person who told you how much they loved you, how attracted they were to you, how much they cared about you, whatever, and then when you needed them was nowhere? Like you hit the moment of crisis and the only person who's there for you is somebody you didn't even think you mattered to. Do you ever have one of those moments where you're like, holy crap, this person that is constantly talking about me, loving me, adoring me, they don't give a crap. They don't even ask me how I am. Did you ever have one of those?
I don't think so.
Oh, I've definitely had those. I've also had the opposite where someone I didn't know cared is the one who's there when I need them.
I've had that happen.
Yeah, and then I'm like, wow, random person I ate lunch with in school, 15 years ago, you're the only one who answered when I, put out the signal for help. It is a weird thing, how that happens. And that's how I think you should figure out who cares about you. Just look at the actions, not what people say. Talk is cheap as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there's no, I would agree with that 100%.
I also don't like conversationalists where it's very, very obvious that they're asking you how you are because they've been socialized to think that they're supposed to ask, but then they don't actually care about the answer. You know what I mean? Like if I gave an honest answer, people would be horrified. Well, like, how are you today? Well, morning, noon, and night, I saw trauma, misery, pain, tears, and outrages. And it's got me contemplating the meaning of life and, the existence of a higher power. How about you? Well, I watched, I ate the bag of Cheetos and watched soap operas. Okay, great. So I think what happens is that people just kind of stop waiting for the answer.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like, oh, how are you doing today? Well, this morning I could barely get out of bed. Oh, you have back pain? No.
Yeah. Oh, they turn it on to themselves.
That too.
You say, oh, I'm having a really, really hard day. Really? What's wrong? I'm a little down. So am I. You know what happened to me? And then you're like, am I here? Am I a person in the room? Did you ever have a person who talks so much about themselves, you could actually mute the phone and do something and come back and they have no idea? Yes. They have no clue that you've stepped away.
Yes.
I made a sandwich once. And came back and the person was, and then I said, blah, 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 and I was like, all right, boom. and I just stepped away. I mean, it's unbelievable. But there are people like that. It's an uninterrupted.
What kind of sandwich?
It was you believe I actually remember this? It was turkey and
On
Swiss,
provolone.
no, it was turkey and Swiss cheese with pickled slices.
Oh no. You went
At
with
the time, that's what I liked. Okay,
you like Swiss,
at the time I did. Yes,
but now you don't?
I don't. I don't really eat cheese that much these days, but I love it. But for dietary reasons,
What are you, a Presbyterian?
no. But there's some joke in there about being holy and Swiss cheese. My brain is trying not to make a bad pun about holy cheese or something, but I'm gonna keep
Are
myself.
you ready? Are you ready to open up the lines?
Yeah, I'm ready to open up the lines, but the point is, this is my indirect way of saying we've all dealt with the sort of tiny version of selfishness, the tiny version of you're just a kind of object to me. But yes, I am. That's right. As an Italian, it's very painful for me. You're right. No formaggio. It's very, very painful. But I think that when you expand that personality to the outrageously cruel, the outrageously, the person will do absolutely anything to get what they want. Then it's unbelievable, and we can't relate to that anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where that wonderful book that we're going to talk about with Anna Salter is so useful, is that she's basically saying, like, you have to stop projecting onto the psychopath that they have motives like yours, or you're going to think there's some good in there, and you have to get that out of your head, or you won't understand them. You have to. The person is almost more like AI. It's an unfeeling, reptilian, calculating person, and you're teaching them, just like AI, you're teaching them how to feel. So you do therapy with them, and they go, "Oh, that's where I'm supposed to make a face like I'm sad. That's where I'm supposed to make a happy face. I will." See?
One of the interesting questions that some people in the chat have been asking was, is there any correlation between him being an architect and a carpenter, but his house looking the way that it did?
I think it symbolizes the fragmentation, the non-integration of the self. The idea that what's behind closed doors is messy. Kohlberger was like that too. Do you see Kohlberger's apartment?
Yeah.
Right? Outside, a controlled reptile. Inside, mess. Right? That the symbolism is, you control what you show the world, but inside is the true self.
Yeah, and also maybe all of his spare free time was working on that psychotic room.
Who knows? I'm sure that place was controlled.
Yeah, I think so.
The room where I keep the things I collect is the tidiest. There's no question. And I'm sure that, like my room where I keep my plants, or the thousands of books I have, or the antiques I collect, they give a person a sense of control. I mean, for me, they're intellectually stimulating. Now, I will tell you, torturers tend to be people with a high need for intellectual stimulation and high IQs. And they all collect things. Now, there are a lot of normal people that collect things. I love to collect things, right? And I have not a violent bone in me. But the type of person who has that kind of need combined with psychopathy or sadism or violence, they're going to collect people. They keep their victims in piles. They keep trophies from them, things to remember them, long lists of records of where every one of them are, where the dump sites are. They keep the news clippings. And all of that collecting gives them a sense of control. Right? My relationships are under my control. They leave when I want them to leave. They are mine. They belong to me. And in that sense, it's like a hunter who keeps trophies. That renders, and it's a type. It's an obsessional personality. Now, I am a person who has a high need for intellectual stimulation and a high need for I like to collect. I find everything intellectually interesting. If I get interested in a field in a year or two, I will know way more about it than the average person in that area.
That could
Right?
also be ADHD too.
No, I think in my case, I think it's a very, very high need for intellectual stimulation. because I don't jump between what interests me. I become very meticulously interested in a subject, and I have to master it. You see what I mean? So, like, if I get it in my head, like, I want to learn to play the bassoon, I'm going to seek out a great teacher, buy the best possible instrument after researching it, read every book there is on the subject, practice endlessly until the neighbors want to come over and rip my head off. And the next thing I'd be really quite good at it. I insist. But I meant, it has to do with when you have a high need for intellectual stimulation, you can become obsessional in your need for detail. You see, and you could expect this guy who had that going on a little bit in a twisted way is going to remember meticulous detail about the victims. Like, she wore a ring on this finger. I remember when I strangled her, she was looking left and right and left and right. She had a gap in her teeth. I remember very distinctly, she had shoes on and one of them had a little scratch on it, that kind of thing. You have to picture someone so visual that their brain is almost photographing. Like, remember Samuel Little? He could describe the victims, what they were wearing, their hair, their jewelry, whatever. I mean, he had stared at them for a long time while strangling them. It takes a long time to strangle someone.
Yeah, it does. What is it? It's like 4 to 6 minutes or something like that.
It's like staring at the sun. You have to imagine, like, unblinkingly staring into the eyes of a person and absorbing the whole thing, the face of terror, the eyes, whatever. I mean, you don't think they think about that when they're rousing themselves and amusing themselves in prison?
I don't collect anything.
That's not true. You collect followers on here.
That's not collecting.
Yes, it is. You're gathering them together. Yes, you are. For a different reason, though. We all do that when it's something is associated with making us feel comforted or satisfied. And, like, I collect things that I think are kind of cool, right? I mean, I've got really, really interesting stuff, antiques that interest me. I know a lot about antiques. You would be shocked.
I think it's it's building, not collecting.
For who? Heuermann or you or me?
Me.
What do you build?
Channel shows.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a kind of collecting. Don't you think being an architect is a type of controlling and bringing together?
I don't know. I mean,
something and you go out and you do it.
Like, this is probably my 4th or 5th show that I've done.
So you collect bombs, like shows that didn't work out? I don't get it.
No, they work out and then I move on.
Teasing. You collect heartaches, Josh.
Let's go ahead and hold on. We'll take our.
Now, what are we opening this up to? I'm almost scared. What are we giving? What's the topic of these calls? Are they just general?
No, I mean, I think if people probably want to ask about. I mean, I don't know.
Yes, psychopaths are highly visual because of testosterone.
That's weird. All right, Lisa. Lisa.
I'm just reading.
Hello?
Oh, Lisa, what a trip we're about to have. How are you, Lisa? I always love when you call. Hear your voice. I know we're about to get in that Wonka boat and go into that crazy tunnel because you always have something interesting to say. Well, go on. Oompa loompa, oompity-doo. What do you got for us today? A puzzle?
Well, I do have a question, but I want to start by saying the two of you are gorgeous, funny, and super intelligent. I don't know why you're single.
I didn't know what you were about to say. I was a little frightened of what was about to come out of your mouth, but I'll take those. That doesn't bother me too much.
Anyway, so
I don't know. I know why I am.
You know why
why I'm single.
Well, I gotta say, it's so nice to spend the evening with you.
Nope. I appreciate that.
You want to know why you're single?
No, I know why.
Why?
Because I want to.
Oh, well, yeah. That makes sense.
Thank you.
I think that there are some people in this world that when they love with such intensity and such attachment that losing, which they feel is ultimately inevitable, especially if they've been bopped on the head enough, is so painful that they would rather just be alone. I really think that's what happens to some people. It's because the people who are the best at loving are the worst at losing. And after a little while, the person just says, I can't go through it again, because they get so attached to the person. It's like having their heart ripped out. But I've been there. So you just stay by yourself. You understand what I'm saying? But of course,
but you got to keep looking.
But what happens is that, well, Josh, we have different reasons for this, but a big part of it, I mean, Josh, you're a person that you're sort of like, don't you think in some ways there's a universality to your personality, Josh? Like everyone would like your personality. My personality is an acquired taste. My personality, you're like that person who likes tarantulas, it's an acquired taste. You either like it or you don't. And but you, Josh, you're like a universal donor. You're the blood type O of the dating world.
I don't know that, but
no. But I think that, Josh, when you express interest in somebody, they're happy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like a person would be thrilled. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there are other people when they express somebody's like, gotta go, my raccoon has hepatitis. So Lisa, how about you? Have you been shot by Cupid's arrow and burned as the arrow has been tugged out of your flesh?
Yes.
How do you like that poetic line?
I dedicated my life to my paramedic career.
Oh.
And then I fell in love, and he ripped my heart.
So you've been there.
Yeah, he was on the spectrum.
Oh.
And so we had a neurodiverse marriage, but I love him to this day, and I miss him terribly.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. What's the reason that you and this person that you love so much are apart?
He would have emotional overload and acted out in a physical way.
Oh, I understand.
So he left.
Yeah. But it's a very interesting thing how there are some people in this world that they're separated from someone, but they still love them as if the person is in their life every day. And the person is out there not knowing that every day you wake up and like they're the first person you think of. And when you go to bed at night, they're the last person you think of. And when something happens, they're the first person that you want to tell because they'd be proud of you. You know what I'm saying? You know what it reminds me of, Lisa? Now, I know I drive everybody crazy with my little poetry reading, but I have to read something. Can I read something to Josh?
I love it.
Josh is like, sure. But you're going to get it whether you like it or not, okay?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to read a poem that is exactly about that, okay? And
Thank you.
It was written by Frank O'Hara, who unfortunately was killed. He was run over, if I'm not mistaken, but I love Frank O'Hara. And this is called Morning. And I think it's meant to be a play on words, like morning of a day, but also like MOURNING, you know what I mean? And it's a poem that I think is supposed to be like a letter that's being sent to somebody that you're apart from, that doesn't know that you're out there loving them, right?
Okay.
And so I'll read it. I think it's very beautiful. And it says, I've got to tell you how I love you always. I think of it on gray mornings with death in my mouth. The tea is never hot enough then, and the cigarette dry. The maroon robe chills me. I need you. And I look out the window at the noiseless snow. At night on the dock, the buses glow like clouds, and I'm lonely, thinking of flutes. I miss you always. When I go to the beach, the sand is wet with tears that seem mine, although I never weep. and I hold you in my heart with a very real humor you'd be proud of. The parking lot is crowded, and I stand rattling my keys. The car is empty as a bicycle. What are you doing now? Where did you eat your lunch? And were there lots of anchovies? It's difficult to think of you without me in the sentence. You depress me when you're alone. Last night the stars were numerous, and today snow is their calling card. I'll not be cordial. There's nothing that distracts me. Music is only a crossword puzzle. Do you know how it is when you are the only passenger? If there is a place further from me, I beg you, do not go. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow, that's just amazing.
It is. I don't know what's making Josh laugh, but it's beautiful. Josh, why are you laughing?
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
I guess it hit
Mr.
too close to home or
Sensitivity.
something. You went into that
It's
defensive laughing.
it's got me tears.
Oh, you're laughing because it was a little too sad.
No, I was
What are
laughing.
you laughing about?
I don't know. I don't know.
He's laughing at my despair.
He is just an Olive Garden kind of dude. I don't know what to tell you. Josh, why are you laughing at that beautiful outpouring?
I don't think I was laughing at the poem.
No, seriously, what made you laugh? Was it I doing something goofball with my face?
Yeah, kind of the way you were reading it, but I liked it.
I think I read it nicely.
You did. There's no question. It's
Oh.
No,
well, it's funny because I live in Calgary, and there's snow outside.
Well, that's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah. So can I ask you a really question?
Yes. Now that we've gotten to know each other.
Now that we've broken my heart.
Yeah, right. That's the theme.
And Josh is laughing. But thank you for that, Dr. Gary.
I'm not laughing. He's not. This is just a joke. This is his twisted humor. Later, he'll tell me it was the saddest poem ever. Yeah, go ahead. At least he better. Yeah, go on.
So my confusion with the plea is that he agreed to the BAU to talk to him.
Yeah, of course.
But wouldn't you want to talk to them anyway? So why was it included to his plea?
No, I don't think he would have necessarily wanted to. The idea is most people hold this stuff in for psychological reasons or for a bargaining chip, or they talk to an author or something and they try to get famous and they don't ever mention, but the idea is to talk to people who could actually make scientific use out of what you're doing and get you to talk about other things you might have done where you could actually do some good by solving some cold cases. I mean, do you realize how many cold cases could theoretically be solved? I'm still annoyed that you were laughing, Josh. Go on.
Yeah, so my understanding in New York is that his DNA won't be admitted to CODIS until after his plea.
Ah. Where did you hear that? That's the first time I've heard that. Josh and I did.
I think that's New York.
I had heard that they didn't put him into CODIS.
Yeah, I guess in New York, it's after their sentencing.
So, yeah, okay. It makes sense to me, but it didn't occur to me that they hadn't put him into CODIS. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, they haven't yet. I think Tierney said that in his news conference.
Makes sense.
So I would think now.
I think that's the law. Actually, now
it is the law. Yeah.
Now that I'm sure.
So now they'll be able to maybe solve more crimes because of this.
I hope so, but
yes.
But that's a good thing. I mean, but I think there's a lot of reasons why you would hold talking and wait. And now, unfortunately, it could also make a person feel very important. The BAU wants to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like it makes a person feel special. They really want to get my views on serial killer issues. Like it makes you feel kind of special.
Right.
Because I mean, it's a big deal, right? It means like you're entering the annals of crime. You're teaching them a thing or two, that kind of thing. Of course, that may be a psychological ploy to get them to boast and open up. But we'll see. We'll see. Now,
well,
is
Dr.
that
Burgess is
that's what you wanted to talk about, that particular question, or do you have something else on your mind?
Well, I've got lots on my mind, but that was my question.
Well, tell us something else that's on your mind. Josh needs a laugh.
Dude, you are going to get me nothing but hate comment. They're already in the chat.
Oh, no. I am so
know why he's laughing? Because I'm laughing. I'm allowed to laugh. I laugh.
Maybe when I read, it's ridiculous. Maybe it's
No,
like
it had nothing to do with that. I'm not gonna explain.
I'm a clown. I amuse you, Josh.
Yeah. Ha ha ha.
Okay. Am I funny? No, seriously.
Hey,
But I'm only joking. I actually think it's fun. I watch myself back and find myself ridiculous too. I laugh at myself.
It's not even what I was laughing for.
I know. So maybe the dog or something. So, but
I don't like poetry that much.
I know. I get it, and that's why every time I read something, you want to strangle me. But that's okay.
No,
let me. Don't you let me?
Yeah.
Correct.
And I thought
you could be like, no.
And to be honest with you, I thought I was muted.
Is that true?
I do have one thing to say before I go.
Busted. Yeah.
I want Josh to go to New York, and I want the two of you to video your escapades.
It would be a little difficult because it would depend who held the camera. Josh is very big. He's a very, very tall person. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Josh, how tall are you?
6'2".
Oh, okay. It's not that outrageous. I thought you were even taller than that.
I'm close to 6'3", but I say 6'2".
Yeah. So Josh has a pituitary problem, and the thing is that it makes it difficult to be in the same scene. I mean, I'm not saying I'm, abnormally, not a normal height or something, but he's, I mean, so it's like you'll just
get the you?
Of my head. I'm just perfectly normal height.
What's that?
Normal height is like 5'9", 5'10". I'm normal height. You're tall.
No, I mean, not really.
No, I think you're pretty.
Not compared to.
You're a good height. You're lucky.
I'm tall enough.
Look, Josh, I'm 5'10".
Taller than Dr. Gary.
You're 5'10". I think we're around the same height.
No, you're 5'9".
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
I don't want to take up the time.
Sorry, I laughed during the poem.
That's okay. And and it's a beautiful poem. It's a beautiful poem. And really, read it again, and I think it'll resonate with you. And there's nothing wrong with loving somebody from a distance. It's simple. It's called Mourning.
Can you put it in the comments?
Yeah, but it's very easy. They'll put it. Mourning by Frank O'Hara. Really, really easy to find. It's very famous.
O'Hara.
Very, very funny. It's you roll on the floor laughing. It's really, really good. It's a side splitter. All right. So moving along. Do we have another call, Josh?
Yeah. Well, Christina Jones, it says your device is not connected, so I cannot take your call. I would like to.
Let's see. I can't believe Joey's not on the line. He's always here. He's an old standby. He's
on the line. He's next.
Of course. I was waiting for it. There you go.
I guess my mic is working. That's great.
You've got a uppity laugh right now. You're like,
you're wow. You guys are almost at 2 hours, and finally you're taking calls. It's great. I'm very happy. I'm very happy that you guys are online. I don't want to keep you guys too long because I want other callers to get in. But a couple of things I wanted to bring up. Number one is I always bring up movies. So rather than recommend a movie, let me ask you something. Did you guys see the Tom Hanks movie, The Burbs?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I like Henry Gibson a lot. He's really funny in that.
I go to concerts a lot. I'm a musician, and I went when that arrest happened with Heuermann, when they first raided the house and all of that. That was back in 2023, and there's a great concert venue that I recommend called the Paramount. It's in Huntington, Long Island. Anyway, on the route is where this guy lives. So when this happened, I drove by. There was a couple of media there, and it was something to see how the whole street, the neighborhood is like the burbs. And this house stands out like the Addams family. It was the strangest thing, one of the strangest things I ever experienced in my life. It's for real. It's crazy. Like it's so crazy. It's almost like the elephant in the room. This house, must have been like that forever. Two things I want to bring up. One is question. Do you guys think, and it's only this question comes up, this thing I wanted to bring up comes up because of the conversation you guys were having earlier about the BAU unit and the first dates. Isn't there something, are there skeptics on BA unit studies with people? Are there certain professionals that may see it almost like that it could be curated by the perpetrator, almost like a first date, or like you go online, you go on a couple of dates, and you can present yourself the way you want to present yourself to the people who are coming in there with the
of course
digital recorder?
Any doubt that anybody who's talked to offenders for more than 5 minutes knows to take everything they're saying with a grain of salt. But there is an art, there is a way to interview them where they don't realize they're giving you information or you're tricking them. There is a little bit of an outsmarting the smarty pants thing going on there. And but what I've learned is that even lies can be very revealing in terms of what they symbolically tell you about a person's motives, or you see what I'm saying? So that
Yes.
Remember, for example, when Koberger told that whopper about the stargazing?
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, I remember at the time I said, I think that's a lie, but it tells me a lot about the psychology of the offender. And somebody said to me, what the heck do you mean? I said, well, imagine a person who, like a scientist who is studying stars, and he knows everything about them and their movements, and he goes out late at night to look at them and study them, but he can't touch them. See? Or they'll destroy him. He'll never reach them. Well, in a way, I think he was studying stars. You see?
Yeah.
You understand?
You were on some episode,
like a stalkerish kind of person, a star studier. Yeah.
You were on something with Al Carlisle, the psychologist who was one of the first people who interviewed Bundy. That seems to coincide with what
tape. Violent Minds, Killers on Tape. It was an Oxygen show. Yeah.
It was a great episode. But remember, Bundy ended up calling him after he escaped and speaking to him, and I think that's quite revealing that Bundy intuitively knew that Carlisle had his number, that Carlisle read through everything, all the bull crap he was laying on him early on, and in a bizarre way almost respected him for it.
That's why I wouldn't be surprised if one day I hear from Koberger, because I put out there a profile of him before he was even a suspect that turned out to be remarkably good. It was remarkably accurate. You remember it?
Yeah,
the profile I did. I mean, when you
that's
listen
why
to
I'm watching your show because of that.
Yeah, you listen to it and you're like, wow, like I'm amazed that that I was that nervy to put it out there. I really risked being very wrong, and it turned out it was pretty spot on.
It was pretty
spot on. It really was. And I've done that in a few places, but that where I'm working as a consultant. But I'm saying that I think that those people are annoyed that you saw through them, but they also identify with you because they think that there's something about being able to like pick a person apart and get what makes them tick and then get them to do what you want that they could almost respect. And they identify with it. And so there's this thing of like wanting to talk to you. It's like Hannibal Lecter talking to Will Graham in the Red Dragon book.
Yeah.
Right. We're very much alike, you and I, Will.
With Rex, with the behavioral analysis unit is when Douglas Kelly interviewed Hermann Göring at Nuremberg, and they kind of became. It was almost like a friendship from Göring's standpoint, and he enjoyed the interaction. And I think that I think that Rex will also enjoy that interaction. Unfortunately, I think they all do.
Well, it's possible. I mean, it depends what the motive was. Remember that for most of these people, they're motivated by a desire to dominate and control and manipulate, right? And so interviewing becomes just another mechanism of that. Remember that what's playing out in the sexual encounter is the same thing that's going to play out in any of these encounters where they want something from you, right? So it's got to be like, I fool you into thinking I'm a nice guy. I have selected you and I'm showing interest in you, right? So I already have power because like we're only here because I want us to be. Right. I'm now going to like catch you off guard. You think you're smarter than I am. Like I'm going to catch you off guard. I'm manipulating you. I'm getting you where I want. And then ultimately the strangulation or the abuse or the torture or whatever, which is, you know, I'm withholding something from you or I'm lying to you and you believe it or so that the whole thing is a kind of expression of that same pathetic need for domination and control. And one way or another, it's going to come out, you know? So I think people who are interviewing these offenders know that. And the trick of it is to sort of like, for example, very common thing I've noticed, and Anna Salter will talk about this too, is they try to turn it on you and find things out with you, from you, and they'll never forget it. If you slip up, like, you know how sometimes, Josh, we're talking on this show and you and I jokingly reveal little things about ourselves, what you do a certain day of the week, your favorite food, how you spend your day, whatever.
Sure.
You have to imagine a person out there who's studying everything you say. And when you reveal that, like, feels there's another thing to add to the list, right? And that could be used to control you. Well, these kind of people, they're waiting for you to slip up and do anything at all that gives them an insight into you, and then they can take advantage of it. So they will turn the questions to you. Have you ever been married? And then you'll say to them, and then they'll go, no. Have you? And then even if you just sit to make conversation, you go, yeah, I have, or no, I haven't. Well, you've given them too much. What you're supposed to say is, we're not here to talk about me. You know, you're the interesting one today.
Right.
Put the focus on you. You don't give anything. And in fact, for those who are listening who have encountered people with personality disorders, as a rule, you never give in to the demand in any way. If a person, for example, who is an argumentative personality disorder type, you never allow them to pull you into a fight. Never, ever, ever, ever let them, because they are everything is designed to pull you into it. And the minute you give into it, you've rewarded them. So you don't react. The non-reaction bothers them. In the same way that if it were possible for somebody who is being attacked by a serial killer to not scream, to not look scared, the offender might drop you. Because the fact that you're not being horrified and in pain is bothering them, because it makes them feel weak.
That's easier said than done, though.
That's what I'm saying. It's not possible. They do things that are so horrible that it's not possible. That's exactly the point. But the thing is that in a fantasy world, that the person would have some way to not do that. It would bother the offender. And the other thing is, they don't like when you have too much individuality, because then you're a person. So like Bundy talked about the victim, I think it was Georgianne Hawkins, he was annoyed that she told him things like that she was holding her pants up with a safety pin, or that she was studying for a Spanish test.
Yeah.
He was annoyed because then he thought it was weird. There was one victim he picked up that he dropped off because she was telling too much about herself. In other words, the two things that bother them are the person that isn't having the reaction of being terrified and horrified, although it's almost unimaginable how that could be. And it would be the person who is too much of a person to them. You're not an interchangeable object, and they don't like it. See? So, you know, that's what you want to understand. You know, but I think your question is a really smart one. Josh, I know when it came to the parole hearing for your dad, didn't you walk away? Did some part of you walk away with the feeling of, I really feel like this guy bamboozled everybody with this with his story.
Not just a little bit of
a
not
lot
just,
of it, right?
Yeah,
Right. So that's the feeling, right?
Yes.
So tell the feeling of how you felt sitting there.
Well, I felt that as though what had happened was through each time he came up for parole that he would evolve and learn from the last time and cater to what they told him should be important instead of him figuring it out on his own. Meaning, they would say things like, well, you're still victim blaming, or you're still, it's still more about you. And over time, he sort of figured out the triggers, the buzzwords and the what not to say and what to say. And so, I felt that I felt that he bamboozled a lot of people. Yes.
Well, so Joey, what you're talking about, you have to understand, like, of course that's going through your mind when you're interviewing. Of course. And some people would say that as a consequence, the data is useful. Is useless. The data is useless because it's being streamed through a psychopath with manipulation fantasies.
Sure.
See? Yeah. But so what you try to do is you try to get them to give you information that could be corroborated. There is a body under the bridge on X and X, that kind of thing. Right. Yeah. And there's
okay. So let me. No, it's not my question. This is what I wanted to talk about tonight, and hear what you guys have to say about this. And it's not very scientific, which I think it'll be interesting to hear your take, as you are my exorcist and you are a wannabe priest. You almost became a priest, but in my mind, you'll always be my exorcist. It's about fate. As I get older, I do believe more in fate.
Your mother.
Let me finish, and then I'm gonna let you put a muzzle on him. Okay, here I go. I want to talk about fate, and I want to talk about regarding Rex Heuermann, the case of Shannon Gilbert. But let me begin with fate, with Zaina Kernodle. Had Zaina Kernodle not been up at 4 o'clock, had that order of food not come at 4 a.m. minutes before he entered that home, she would not have disrupted the although she did unfortunately get murdered, she, as we've spoken about before, in an odd way became a hero because she led to the touch DNA that ended up probably saving a lot more lives down the road. So I find her order of that delivery food of fate, and her interrupting that night, that horror. But the Shannon Gilbert, just a reminder to the chat and to people that, she was a person she was 23. She was a working escort. I think it was May in 2010. She made a 911 call. You can hear it online on YouTube or whatnot. And that led, she said people were trying to kill her, and she kept calling 911. It led to an investigation where they were, and it took a while. She made that 911 call. She vanished. She disappeared. And then by December, the police with a dog, a canine dog, they found the Gilgo 4, the remains on the beach of others, of the other bodies. But so it's almost like fate. Had she, and the irony is she was an escort. It's almost like we got to hear her story is almost probably a replica of what happened with these other victims, which is a crazy irony. So that led to the discovery of this this serial killer, and then weirdly enough, as I had looked into this situation prior, her mom passed away, but her mom never accepted the fact that supposedly she had drowned. I think it was deemed a drowning, but the mother always felt that she was murdered. And I think they had an independent autopsy that found that the hyoid bone was broken. So anyway, fate and all of that, and I'm gonna shut up and hear what you guys have to say.
Your muscle's off, Dr. Gary.
Yeah. You can talk now. I love the beard, by the way. You look good with the muzzle because of the beard. You look very good with the muzzle.
There's something very disturbing about you talking about me being in a muzzle. Like, it sounds almost like bondage-like. I'm not putting a muzzle on.
You brought up Hannibal Lecter before, so the muzzle's probably in my mind a little bit, you know.
Oh, God help us. How much leather do you own, Joe? Okay.
No, I don't know.
I'm only kidding. So Josh, so why don't you answer old whips and chains question?
Well, I mean, it's just the question, you know, do I believe in fate?
That's good enough. That's a good question. Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying, and is, you know, this person.
That's a no. Wow, you believe in S4 and Bob Lazar. You don't believe in fate?
Well, no, I didn't say that. I don't believe in fate. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. God, I don't know. I really, that's a tough question, because I guess in some situations I do. So the answer would be yes. But I think that a lot of things people equate to fate when it just so happens that that's
a coincidence.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I think fate and coincidences get mistaken a lot.
I heard Brucato's, although he messed up on the Papa Roger part of it, his analysis of figuring out who Koberger was. That's how I discovered Brucato, and I landed with you guys at the lab. Is that fate? I think that's fate that I found you guys that way.
Or the Papa Roger thing is a red herring. But moving along.
So let's ask the scientist, exorcist, what he thinks about fate.
Couldn't it just be natural progression, like that was just the path that you were on too?
That's
Bigfoot stuff. You're talking about evolution and stuff like that.
Yeah. Hold on a minute, whips and chains. So first of all, let me make sure to the audience that the audience understands that you're calling me the exorcist playfully, not because I have a second life, you know, dabbling in you know, in the eviction of numinous entities from people's bodies. Okay, there's a very famous debate. I'm sorry I tell such long stories. I'm like the Rachel Maddow of true crime, you know. But the thing is, I can't help it. It's the academic in me. She was a Rhodes Scholar, you know. So there's a very famous debate you could watch online between Abraham Maslow, who is the psychologist that came up with the hierarchy of needs and the whole idea of self-actualization, right? You know, that whole idea, like, you have what you want to be, and not all of us get there, but there are things that sort of stand in the way, or you've got lower needs that you have to meet before you get there. So he would talk about how actualized the person was. And then the other side was Viktor Frankl, who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, which Josh referenced in the previous show we were on together, I think. No, It was a live he did, and I was in the chat. In the corner like a dog licking wet cigarettes. Okay.
And a muzzle
on top of it, right? Exactly. With one that's for you, Joe. We'll make reference to that one. And so what happened is that Maslow was talking about how there's this sort of fated thing that we all are moving toward, right? This ultimate destiny, the self-actualization. And Frankl got very frustrated with it. And essentially said, to summarize, he basically says something like, no, like, life puts you wherever it does by chance, and you make a choice to become attached to it, to feel happy, to feel that it's yours, that you belong there, you make the best of it. And in doing that, it becomes clear to you that wherever you are, there you are. Like, that's who you are. It becomes you, and it feels like it was supposed to be that way. For example, every one of us who has met someone who was the love of our life, you know, and sort of like marries that person, has a relationship with them, and thinks like, my God, if I hadn't gone down that street, I never would have met you, right? But it is entirely possible that in some parallel version of our lives, we went to the right instead of the left, and we met a different person that we would feel was the love of our life. In other words, it from a philosophical perspective, we don't know. It's sort of like that scene in Forrest Gump where he's standing at Jenny's grave. Remember that famous scene? He's like, I don't know if there's fate or if
Jenny,
we're all
I
blowing around.
love you.
Right, or we're just blowing around on the breeze. Like maybe it's both.
Lieutenant
Well,
Dad, I think.
yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Gary, Castaway too at the mailbox, right? Castaway at the end when he runs into his next love. In a weird, in a way.
I am too. Every time I love that movie.
Yeah.
And every time I think about it, I have a Josh-like moment of laughter when I think about his relationship with Wilson the Ball.
Can we not bring up my laughter anymore?
Yes, that's true. It's not worth mentioning. But the thing is that the moment that I think about, like, that life that he had with that ball with blood on it, I just think to myself, that is the most pathetic. Like, what did he do? Did he kiss it? Like, did he sleep with it? Did they have a relationship? Did he marry it? You know, it's creepy. Didn't you find that ball creepy? And then when he screams, Wilson!
How would you be able to keep so much air in it?
It's disturbing. I think that movie is one of the all-time saddest movies ever made.
I know. Then he goes home, he's like sleeping weird, and then she's got a new husband. And
of course she does. People move on.
That's true. They do.
I mean, that's the thing, and it's painful. But of course, she cheats on him with I almost said Forrest Gump with Tom Hanks. Remember, she makes out with him really quickly, and then
more about Helen Hunt than it does about Tom Hanks.
Well, and wasn't she cheating on him for that brief moment with Chris Noth? I mean, on Chris Noth.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's an interesting moment in the movie, but I didn't like that. I thought it would have been better and sadder and more true if the attitude was like, I love someone else and I can't do that. It's not supposed to be this person is a substitute for you. I thought you were dead, so my consolation prize was Chris Noth. I mean, it's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying? She should have been like, I love someone else. You know what I mean?
Who needs the headache? That's why we're all three of us are single and we need a volleyball. That was a very beautiful answer to fate. Go take another call, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, boy. Did you just say we need a volleyball? Oh, boy. Okay.
Christina, are you sure you want to?
Yeah, exactly. Come into. Won't you come into my parlor? Said to the fly. Who is this?
Hi.
Christina,
Hi.
yeah.
Christina, go ahead. Where are you calling from, Christina?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Very well.
Great. Yeah. This is actually Eat the Food, Tina.
How are you?
Yeah.
We're gonna make a lot of jokes about your.
I need to change my handle name because most people don't get the reference. But anyway,
Come on,
no.
You know what it meant, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm a savant.
When he's throwing he's got that big pan of food.
Yeah, and I've done something similar to animals before too.
Oh. What's your favorite line? And before you go into your question, what's your favorite line from Napoleon Dynamite?
Your mom.
Of course it's Eat the Food, Tina. You know when
your favorite out of every line in the movie.
Well, I mean there's so many. I mean it's like make yourself a dang quesadilla, Napoleon.
Yeah.
Your mom goes to college.
I know Josh's favorite.
What?
It's when Diedrich Bader is wearing those ridiculous American flag pants.
Yeah, I love that
line about the roundhouse kick to the.
You don't want to take a roundhouse kick to the face while I'm wearing these bad boys. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
I need some chapstick.
Yeah,
some chapstick.
Or when he said, "Bow to your sensei."
Bow to your sensei. Bow to your sensei.
Right.
The part that I can't handle that for some reason gets me every time.
It's hilarious.
Is when Kip is having the conversation about LaFonda with the uncle. And he's like,
I've been online all day.
Body shot and the whole thing. And then he's like, LaFonda is the best thing that ever happened. There's something about, and then he's got the chains. I can't handle it.
I like when he says when he's arguing with Napoleon, and he's like, Napoleon, don't be jealous that I've been chatting with babes online all day.
Yeah. That's the best one, Josh. I got to say.
And when he puts him in the time machine, and he says, "You forgot the crystals."
or when Uncle Rico throws the steak at his face.
Make her a cake or something.
Make her a cake or something.
What about when Napoleon gets on the phone with the woman that he asked to go to the prom, and he says that he took a really long time to draw the picture, and it took like 2 hours just to do the hair on her upper lip.
Well, yeah, he's drawn the liger. My favorite animal is a liger.
That whole movie's great.
I can't. That movie gets me every time. There's something so schizoid about it, like so flat and schizoid that it just brings out a kind. It's so flat that it just brings out this zany humor. What happened to Josh? He turned into a sphere with an icon, a version of himself.
I'm here.
Okay. The word liger makes me think of our conversation about Lupper. So what's your true crime question when we're not talking about Napoleon Dynamite? Really? You don't say. Josh, I think the person is not on the line because you stepped off or something.
Sorry.
Can you not hear me?
Now I hear you. I think when Josh is muted or something, we don't hear you.
Oh, okay.
So what was your crime question?
No. I was just going to say my favorite thing about Napoleon Dynamite is that he really comes into himself in the end, and he shines. I mean, he does that little dance with the moon boots, and he's it's like he's cool after all. Even though he's the biggest dork, but he really comes into himself. So.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I could picture an alternative ending where he becomes, a mass shooter or something. He's very bizarre and kind of odd. No, I'm serious. You know what I'm saying?
No,
he has that quality,
totally
that flat, weird,
totally get that.
School loser, kind of guy that would flip out over something.
Yes.
See it.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at him and I'm profiling him and I'm like, oh yeah.
I totally.
I could also picture Kip as a serial killer, a sex offending serial killer. Absolutely. LaFonda comes over and she never goes home. I could easily picture that world. Josh, come on, he's got the personality. I'm not.
No,
our minds work differently.
I could totally picture.
Well,
I think Kip has that personality.
I would prefer to see the positive in that.
Of course. And the uncle definitely a con artist.
He's the worst. Yeah,
he's got. I mean, like there's an alternative world where we find out he has like 15 priors for, breaking into homes and
right.
Kip?
No, not Kip. The uncle.
You think the uncle could be a sex offender?
No, both of them actually.
Well,
Kip is more. He's more a pervert, like a window peeper.
The uncle's got he's got the Chimo mustache and everything.
No, but I'm saying like there's something about that movie. Of course, in the end, in the Scooby-Doo ending, we find out that the mother, the grandmother,
she's off partying.
She's actually like a cannibal. The Hills Have Eyes desert,
right.
Luring people. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Oh my God. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's not unbelievable. These are archetypes, and those archetypes can go very dark.
It's a movie.
No, I understand where you're going with that, Dr. Gary, but
you're the only one up here that does.
The person on the screen. This is a very nice person who makes really, really nice remarks on my music page, which I appreciate very much. So I recognize the name and the icon. So, but so what is your question when we are not destroying your childhood memories about movies?
Yeah. gosh, where do I start?
Rude, Tina.
I have notes here about what I want to talk about. Now
Good.
I'm completely thrown off.
It is what it is. I mean, they're still out looking for Kip, you know.
Oh God, I better double bolt my door.
You really should. If you
No.
opened the door and he was standing there, wouldn't you be horrified?
Oh no, that would totally creep me out.
There you
Yeah,
go. Moving on.
yeah. Even more than Rex Heuermann, probably.
I think so. It's always those quiet types.
Yeah. Well, I've called in before, and I've told you that I'm a school psychologist, and so I deal with kids that are young. I mean, most of
Yeah,
my
I remember.
experience. Yeah. Most of my experiences with elementary age kids, and so I'm all about prevention and early intervention, and and so I guess that kind of it brings me to my question, and I know there's no easy answers to this, Dr. Gary, but
Yeah.
I respect you so much, and
Okay.
I love your perspective on life, and everything else, and Josh too. I mean, both you guys are so damn handsome and so kind. I mean, I'm just shocked that you're not hooked up with somebody. But anyway, my
How do you like that, Josh?
I love it. Makes me feel great.
Yeah.
Maybe we have taste.
No, you're both awesome, and that's, I mean, I so look forward to these these late night chats that when you're both on there, but anyway, so I guess, Dr. Gary, this, back to Rex Heuermann, he's I've bought your book, and so
What did you
he's
think?
well, it's fascinating. I mean, as a as a school psychologist who deals with young kids, it's like, how do we prevent these kids from becoming these monsters,
What kind of kid?
what,
What kind of monster? See, that's a very hard question, because the whole point of the book is that there's a wide array of reasons why people do what they do.
absolutely.
What do you
And
mean, a
it's
serial killer?
no. So I a lot of my career, I work with kids that end up in programs that are self-contained behavior programs.
Yeah, you told us that last time.
Yeah. And so I'm just I just really want to know, how do we prevent these assholes from, from killing other people,
Well, if you're talking about,
when they grow up.
but it depends what kind of offender you mean.
Well, of course. I'm talking about the, like the 0.1% of all people who are, these psychopaths who, for the discerning eye, you can tell from a very young age that they don't have remorse, and that they have these tendencies, but how do we tweak that from a young age? And kind of like a the show Dexter, where his cop father, you know um wants to teach him these skills of how to manage those murderous kinds of behavior from a very young age. But if so I guess my question is, and I know this is $1 million question, but if you had a young boy come into your office, Dr. Gary, and you were the therapist, and he said, I'm having these obsessive thoughts about killing women, what
I have had that happen.
what kind of treatment options are there, and what what would you tell
It
this?
depends. First of all, let me be clear that everything I'm about to say cannot be construed as me giving you advice.
No,
But
and
I'm going to
and I'm
speak
not
generally.
asking for
You're
advice.
giving me a fantasy scenario.
Yeah, and
Right.
no specific examples.
Okay. Well, first of all, it all boils down to the why. So, for example, one of the things that I've been able to show with my colleagues when I was at Columbia Medical Center is that I've contributed to the literature on both psychosis and violence. is that when people are in the pre-phase of developing a psychotic disorder, 1/3 of them will experience intrusive, ruminative, violent images.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
But they do not have any intention to act on them. They're just, they feel, because they are ego dystonic. Okay, the person doesn't feel like it's really coming from them as much as something kind of, you know, coming into them, and or that they don't integrate into the self and think is something they actually want to do. Other people can have those thoughts because they're feeling disempowered, invisible, bullied, abused at home, whatever. Some of them are simply psychopaths that think it's really, really funny. I have dealt with child psychopaths. Believe me, they are a thing. Okay. And it's very interesting.
Who might
watch
become
them
the
get
mass
diagnosed.
murderers.
Yeah, and watch them get diagnosed by clinicians that have never encountered an antisocial person.
Yes.
All kinds of things, because they just don't realize that a kid could be conduct disordered and on their way to right. And you could also have a person who they look like they're psychopathic, but it's really just like an awful, pathetic series of coping skills for dealing with life events. The one thing that, in addition to finding out the why, that I think is very, very important, is to be the one person in their life that is at least trying to create an exception to the rule, to be fair dealing, to be to not be condescending, to be kind. Now, there are people who are not psychopaths, but I have had people who are thinking about hurting people, and then they tell me that my doing a session with them or saying the right thing to them kept them from doing what they were thinking about doing. And that's happened a number of times. So people will say things like, you know, I was thinking of killing myself last week, but you said something to me that it just really struck a chord, and I went home and I thought about it, and I didn't want to die anymore. But I've also had people say, you know, I was thinking of bringing a firearm into a place and doing such and such. And, you know, and then I'll say, like, you know, do you still have that thought? And if they do, I might bring them to the hospital. And, you know, I had one person that I brought to the hospital and stayed with them through the entire intake and everything, because I wanted them to understand that somebody in the world cared about them. It was very important because I knew that that's what was motivating. And some people might say, oh, you know, take a clinical distance and just bring them there and step away. But I knew that attachment to a human being was the key that could save a life, right? So that's the thing. I just there is no cookie cutter answer, but in the simplest terms, if you take off the table the people that are motivated by personality, you know, psychopathy, sadism, whatever, you know, fantasies that are perverse sexually, whatever, if you put those people over there, because some of them are really rather hopeless, right? The rest of the people lower on the scale, they are a little bit more receptive to the human interventions that you're picturing, right? And it's, you know, so some children who have psychopathic traits can actually do very pro-social things, right?
Sure.
If you
absolutely.
have a person, for example, who says, you know, I'm just not scared of anything, you might say to them, well, you know, you could save some lives by, you know, being the one who would, like, you know, throw himself on the explosive to save everybody. You see what I mean? So like there's something to that. There are some people that are sort of at a crossroad, and depending upon how life treats them, they could go a good direction or a bad direction. But that's sort of like the last stop on the road, like, you know, because some people, that's about as far as you can go in terms of personality, where I think there's still a chance to do something that's going to make a difference. Once you get into like extreme psychopathy, sadism, I think it's almost silly to think that you're going to do much for the person, you know. I hate to say it.
No,
priests and pastors and all kinds of people, and it just drives me absolutely bonkers. But it's a good question. I think if you've been kind to the people that you're working with,
of
the
course.
thing is, you may have touched a life or saved a life, and they don't tell you. You know what I'm saying? That you don't realize it, that you may have had a person, like, for example, Josh and I are sitting here and we're talking out into the void, right? And there are a lot of people chatting and a lot of people, but there are also hundreds of people that are not saying a word. And it's entirely possible that we're saying something that makes one of them go, wow, I was really touched by that. And now their life is different because of what we thought was a throwaway comment.
Yeah.
See what I mean? And a person could go back. I've had people after this show or the interview room or whatever say they were really, really affected by something we said on this show, right? There was one time we did a show where Josh and I said, for the Christmas holiday, go out, forgive somebody, give money to the poor, whatever. Remember that, Josh?
Yeah, I do.
And I had a person write to me and say they took it very, very literally, and they experienced enormous healing with a family member that they hadn't talked to in a really long time. Like, it didn't even occur to me that someone was really going to do it. And it changed their life. And it was just a throwaway comment, like a little thing I said, maybe, who knows, maybe one person will do it, and it really changed them. And I think what happens with people like you is that, what I sense about you is that you're so kind and empathic that you're doing that, just like spewing goodness like a machine gun, so to speak, out into the world. And you don't realize it's just coming out of you so easily. And probably there are a lot of people who've been touched by it. So I really do think that you already have had an effect. But I would imagine that they're the kinds of people that are not like all the way up on the psychopathy scale. They're probably more lost souls that are thinking about violence as a solution because they don't have any coping skills, or they're lonely, or they feel ugly, or are bullied. And incidentally, along with the ghosters, who I think there's a special place in hell for, I'd put bullies. I think bullies are like among the worst human beings on the face of the earth. Like, and a special place for them. Yes.
And I can tell you that after this show is over, I will inevitably hear from probably close to 10 to 20 people saying, how dare you laugh while Dr. Gary was reading.
Stop. I think that's hilarious. I would have laughed at me too.
I guarantee it.
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
I'm telling people not to do that.
Oh, they're going to do it anyway. People do whatever they want.
I didn't even think no, but bullies can really see what Lori is saying in the chat. You did that to me. I forgave a family member at the end of his life without him saying he's sorry. He was hard to me. With it, you see, beautiful, very, very beautiful.
Yeah,
and that's why I do this. All these hours a week.
I know, and thank you so much for all the time that you donate.
Have we ever done anything that's helped you?
What you said?
Have Josh and I ever done anything that's helped you?
Oh my God! Just what you said, Dr. Gary, totally touched me. Thank you.
Tell me.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Just that it's so hard because there's so many kids that are out there suffering, and there's so much hate in the world, and it's really hardening to know that maybe something I said made a difference. So thank you.
No doubt about it.
Thank you.
No doubt about it. And that's why people like you, can't give up, or the darkness gobbles you up. You can't allow that, because without you, we're all, remember, you can't be the salt of the earth and lose your saltiness. Then what? Remember that. So I think that's very beautiful, and I'm really happy that we touched you in some way. I really am. And you just go out and keep doing what you're doing, and remember, it's so effortless that you're not going to notice that you're doing it, but you are.
Thank you.
You keep doing it.
Thank you.
Of course. Good luck.
Love you guys. I really do.
Good night.
That's beautiful. So anybody else that wants to call in? That was beautiful, Josh, don't you think?
Yeah, I did, actually.
And just for the record, I thought it was funny that you laughed.
Yeah, did you?
And just for the record, did you like the poem?
I did like the poem.
So you were just having a goofball moment.
I was laughing about something.
You had something come into your head that was unrelated.
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
Like, I'm like, what'd you think of the poem? And you're like, there was a pig wearing a vest and a hat in my head, and I couldn't get it out. You know, that kind of thing.
No.
Okay, that's good. All right, next.
Linda is on.
Is it my Linda that I love? Linda from Surprise.
Yes.
Is that Linda? Oh, I love when you call Linda. I look forward to it. You still haven't gotten my note.
No, I haven't. You may have to resend it.
Are you sure that you don't just want 3 copies?
Pardon?
Maybe you just want 3 copies. Are you sure?
I'm sorry. What was that again?
How many copies do you want?
Oh, one. I'm sorry. I had
What
to
are they
turn
going
up
into
my
the
volume.
void?
Sorry.
He just wants the one that you told her she was going to get.
That was already sent, and then she told me there was something wrong with the address.
Stranger
now, didn't get that one either.
Some stranger now.
Write it.
Dr. Gary, this is what's happening. So some stranger has that in their dark room, like 1 hour photo, and they've got it. And then they have a little map of your pictures, like one.
Definitely. That note, Linda, you know what that note is right now? There's a guy somewhere in his mother's basement.
Probably.
He's probably talking to himself out loud to a puka or something, right? And there's like a shrine on a desk, like an old piece of furniture he found somewhere. And on it are like candles and like seashells and really random things. And then there's a bowl in the center of it. And like in the bowl with like incense is that note. And he talks to it. Oh, Dr. Gary, the kind things you've said to me. I shall light incense while mother stalks the floors upstairs. Like, I'm telling you, this exists. This is a person. He's out there, and he has a weird name for sure. Like Kamulgar or something. Like, he has like the weirdest name. Like, I'm telling you, out there somewhere is that letter in a bowl with incense. So thank you, Linda.
Surprise.
By the way, I love your Forrest Gump imitation.
Thank you.
And I love your beard. And my question is with serial killers and do serial killers and psychopaths, do they become that way because of having a bad childhood or having an emotionally detached parent or whatever?
It's a really hard question because there are a lot of people who have very bad childhoods that don't become serial killers. They become empaths like you, right, Linda?
Right.
Yeah, but didn't Bundy have a good childhood?
Right. I mean, Linda has told us about horrendous things she's experienced, and she became a lovely, empathic person. What was your question, Josh?
Well, didn't Bundy have a pretty good childhood?
There are about 12 serial killers I have on record that didn't really have specifically horrendous experiences in childhood. Look, what I think is that psychopathy, primary psychopathy, true psychopathy, probably is biological. Like, there's something wrong with your frontal lobe, your amygdala, the certain parts of the brain, and fear centers, limbic circuitry, and those could be affected by trauma, by the way, desensitization. But I think in some people it's just sort of inborn, right? And that personality, that kind of brain, if you are treated well, you might take that and use it in a good way. You see? Yeah. But, become a leader or a protector or a fearless person. But if you are treated badly, that all gets applied in a terrible way. So that's the whole thing. So I think it's complicated. It isn't as simple as people are treated badly and then they do bad things, right? Like the Auden poem that says, I know what all school children learn, that to whom evil is done, do evil in return.
So
I don't know.
Are they incapable then of experiencing what love really is?
Oh, now you're getting into the profound. I mean, that's very profound. I mean, think about it. I mean, I'm closer to you, and I think so is Josh. I think we're all the types that have had negative experiences, just in the world, in like whatever, and we have instead decided to give back a goodness to people, right?
Yeah.
But so it's just not in our nature to be cruel or terrible or whatever. I don't know what makes some people choose that instead. There is a kind of curious resiliency. I think it has to do with socialization. understanding reciprocity, and you did something for me, I do something for you. I mean, the psychopath doesn't understand reciprocity. Like for example, let's say you've had a good relationship with a person who goes on to be a killer, and they're a psychopath, and then they come into the house to kill everybody, and you think, I'm going to get spared because I was nice to him, and the psychopath kills you anyway. You would be like, where's the reciprocity? I was the only one who was good to you. That's not relevant to a person like that.
Okay.
You see what I mean? It means nothing. It's insignificant. You and I, Josh, we understand reciprocity. My friend said to me, I want to go to dinner. And I said to him, I let me treat because you treated last time. That's reciprocity. See? So it's tough. I think you're asking the $1 million question.
Right.
But no, there are some people that you could love them all you want, and they'd still be psychopaths.
Right. Okay. And I know, Josh had a terrible childhood. And he didn't become a psychopath.
Well, I mean, I haven't done anything crazy.
A serial giggler, but he's not
exactly. And neither did I. And I do have an answer for Joey about the fate question. There's a scripture in the Bible that says, "Time and unforeseen occurrence befall us all," and so and I think you described your view of fate very well, actually, and that you're in a certain circumstance at a certain time. And I don't believe in fate. I think that time and unforeseen occurrence befall us all, and that we just get in situations and we try to make the best of it, whatever that might be. And but anyway, and well, and you, of course, all about my childhood and everything, and I've and when you said something too about loving, what was it about? Something you said about loving a person, because as you know, I'm especially now, because in May 13th will be the my husband and my wedding anniversary, so I'm having a really hard time dealing with that right now. And
Josh is a good person to talk to about things like that, about that kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh, don't anniversaries activate you?
Yeah, certain dates, and yes, they can for sure. Sometimes it's not as bad as others. I don't know. It just depends. It just depends on the year, I guess.
I just wish, and both you and Josh actually could experience the kind of love I experienced. I wish all people could experience that, because, oh my gosh, I have never felt so loved in my entire life. And to have had that, even though he's gone now, I know how people should treat each other, that care for one another. And that's why I'm having such a hard time to be treated like I was by him, in the way that I was by him. It's very difficult to live without.
Like the old saying that says, a taste of honey is worse than none at all.
Oh, right.
Let me ask you something. If you were to dip randomly into your life with him and just pull out a moment that exemplified what you're talking about, can you think of one?
Oh, I can think of several.
Give us one. Share with us.
Okay. For instance, when he would buy me flowers, he would always take out one flower and put it in a smaller vase and put it by my bedside. So when I woke up in the morning, I could see the flower that he had brought me flowers. He bought new bed sheets so that I would not be sleeping on the same bed sheets that he slept with other women on. I came home for our first anniversary, and he told me to close my eyes, and he had 2 lobsters that he was getting ready to put in the pot. I felt kind of bad for the lobsters, but he knew I loved lobsters, and he had candles all lit around the living room and everything. When I would come home, and if it was raining, he would come out, greet me he would bring an umbrella out to the car and put it over my head so I wouldn't get wet. Just over and over and over again, he would do things like that. And I just miss being treated like that terribly. And he truly knew how to treat a woman. And we truly were soulmates. Um, excuse me. And so I miss that, you know.
Isn't it still with you in a way?
Well, you know, it's funny because I have one picture of he and I, it's a sketch. And I can't put pictures up because the pictures just remind me of what I'm missing.
Let's say right now you were to realize that every day that you've gone on in your life without him here, he's actually been there, but he couldn't talk to you and let you know that he was there. He was just sort of like invisible. If you found that out, what do you think he'd be trying to say to you, but struggling to communicate because you can't hear him? Knowing him as well as you do, what would he be saying? Like if you realize that right now there he is, he's sitting there next to you as you're having this conversation, shaking his head, you know, like Patrick Swayze in Ghost, going like, "Oh God, Linda, you know, you're not getting." What would he say to you?
But I can't. I will never. You know that song by Lady Gaga from that movie.
Yeah.
That sang "I'll Never Love Again."
Yeah.
It's so how I feel.
Yes, but are you hearing me, Linda? What would he say to you if he was sitting there? If this whole time he's been there, hearing you, listening to you, if you imagined that if he could, he would tell you, just like he would when he was alive, what would he say to you in response to that?
I think he would be sad that I was so sad, and he would want me to go on and be happy. I don't know.
Why would it make him sad?
I don't know what he would say though. I don't.
The way that I think you want to see it is that this man who loved you so much that he would put, you know, a bud vase with a flower in it, you know, next to the bed so you could see it. That person cannot be at rest if they're spending their whole next life still worrying about you. You have to be okay so that he can rest. Do you understand? Because if a person loves you that much, they're going to worry about you there too. And what you need to do is say, you gave me all of this so that now I have enough to last me until it's time for me to come meet you. You're in me, you know, in a spiritual way, and I'll be sustained. You loved me so much that I could sustain myself. You know, you were good food, and I'm full. And then I'll see you later. It's not goodbye. You just say, "I'll see you later."
Yeah, I know. I wrote the song about him, and at the end of the song, I say, "I am just waiting to die, so I can soon be with you, the love of my life." And so that's what I'm really waiting for, is to be with him again, because I do believe in an afterlife, and I do believe I will see him again.
But what's the point of looking forward to an afterlife if you're not even enjoying the one you have?
I know.
I guess what I'm saying is, life is very brief. None of us knows what's going to happen. I could go on a bathroom break and drop dead and never come back, and Josh will be happy. But the thing is, I want you to. I'm joking, Josh, but I want you to understand that like life is so brief that I just think you don't have to worry. Like,
why would a bathroom break cause you to die?
Oh, you never know. I could have a massive heart attack.
Doing?
Walking through all those plants.
Parents befall us all, you know.
You get a pit helmet to walk through all those plants, you know, with those high socks, you know, tick socks. No, but seriously, but I think what I'm trying to say to you is life is so short that before you know it, you'll be with him. And I just think he would want you to do whatever it is that makes you what he loved, the person he loved. You see, and I think you have to. I just think that you think that he had some kind of special goggles that made him see something in you that like other people don't or something. But everybody sees it. Everybody sees that. Anybody's met you for 5 seconds, the whole audience. That's why we love when you call. You're a very bright soul, right? I mean, Josh, you feel that way, don't you?
Well,
we called. We're like, we love it.
I actually screened the last time I called in. I actually screened. There were so many kind comments about me calling in and I actually screenshotted the comments so that I could go back and look at them because they made me feel so good.
Well, that's why I want you to get my friggin' note.
I know. We may just have to send it again.
I may just email it to you because, I mean, obviously,
email it.
I don't know what's going on with that story, but I mailed it several times, but with a whole variety of interesting stamps, But anyway,
one thing, Linda, the one thing that you cannot be afraid to do is to continue to live. You cannot be afraid to continue to live, to wait to die, because you're assured death. You're not assured life. And as long as you're here and you can hear what I'm telling you and you can see things and you can smell things, you're alive, and appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that you don't, but sometimes we just don't appreciate the gift of life. And if your husband is who you say he is, and I have no doubts that he is, he wants you to enjoy the time that you have, because you have family, you have people that love you. He's not the only person that ever loved you.
Exactly.
The thing is, he's the person that has loved me the most of all the people who have loved me.
It's a different kind of love. I agree with that. I understand that. But there are people in your life that love you and care for you, and your journey's not over. So to just kind of wait in limbo is not living. It's not.
Yeah.
You must continue to find a purpose, find a reason, and find joy. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't mourn and miss your husband, because I think that is all normal and natural. But death comes for everybody.
Yeah.
So you don't have to wait for it. Trust me.
Well, Linda, when you get a chance, I think you could find it on YouTube. Do you remember the show All in the Family?
Yes.
Okay. Well, sometimes that show, was goofy and whatever, but every once in a while there'd be an episode that was so provocative that it really lingered, on your mental palate.
Yes.
For a while. And there's a 2-part episode called Edith's Crisis of Faith. And what it's about, do you remember it by any chance?
Yes, I vaguely remember that, yes.
Well, for the audience's sake and to remind you, what it's about is that Archie saves the life of what he believes is a woman in a taxi cab and gives her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And the woman comes to the house to reward him and reveals that she is actually a male,
and yes,
dressed as a woman.
I remember that.
And of course, Archie is horrified because he has put his mouth to the mouth of this person who's wearing traditionally, female attire in the 1970s perspective. And then what happens is Edith starts to really love this person whose name is Beverly LaSalle. The female name that they use is Beverly LaSalle. And they do a show in town and they invite Edith and the whole thing. And what happens is Beverly, who is really shown to be a very human character and a much kinder person than Archie, leaves the house with Mike, and a couple of kids mug them and beat Beverly to death.
Oh my goodness!
For being somebody a man who's dressed up as a woman. Because that's how it's portrayed, and they beat him to death. And Edith, who's very religious and so forth, cannot accept it, and she stops going to church, and she doesn't want to celebrate Christmas, and she goes into a kind of a very dark place where she's staring into the room and all of that. And there's this very beautiful scene in the second part of the show where Mike goes in, who's an atheist.
Right.
He's an atheist.
Yes.
And he goes in and he says to Edith, he says, Ma, because he calls up. He says, Ma, I don't know if there is a God, but if there is, you're one of the best people he's ever made, and we need you. We need you because the rest of us are going to lose our faith. We need you. And he says, like, you got to do it. Something like, you got to do it for him. It's and then for her, and she she goes out and she says a prayer, with the family. She says, look, I don't understand. I don't understand everything, God. I don't know why this happened. I really don't. But I only know that I have to love the people that are here. I love my husband. I love my kids. I love my whatever. And the point of it is that she realizes, I think, that faith is not about God promising you a rose garden. It's about that in the dark stuff, in the loss, in the pain, in the brutality, in the hatred, in all of it, you cling to him like a kind of an island that you're rowing toward. See? And so the idea is the only difference between happiness and misery, between love and hate, is that you make a choice in a horrendous circumstance. Heaven, the feeling of heaven on earth, does not feel like heaven. It's a miserable circumstance where you have made the choice to keep your eye on the prize, to love instead of hate. And so the point is that in the middle of all of this pain, keep your eye on the point, the prize. Yes. Keep your eye on the prize. Keep your eye on that while you're here, you've got work to do, to love other people, to give more than you get. That's what your calling is in this world. That's why he loved you. See? That's what he loved. He it's not that he was the one who loved you more than anybody else. It was that he noticed more than anybody else what you are. That's the idea. And he couldn't get enough of it. See?
Well, yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, I hope it means something to you.
Yes, it does.
And Lori in the audience, who I think the world of, she's saying, I've been reading the chat as and she's saying, like, respectfully, you don't really know if you haven't been through it. And I think there's truth to that. I do think that's true. To lose that one person who loves you, yeah, it's rough. I understand. But you don't know if I've ever been through it.
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Loss is loss. Losing somebody you love is losing somebody you love.
True.
I lost my life source.
That's true.
At a very young age. And
definitely true.
So, I think that it's just different. It's different. I get it. Your partner in life you lose. Yeah, that's a different kind of loss, but loss is loss.
Yes. So how have you managed all these years, Josh?
I got married. I had children. I took care of my grandpa while he was sick, my grandmother while she's still here.
Yes.
And I have I've found purpose in life. I have friends. I have family, and I have clarity, I guess you could say.
And you've got friends.
Yes.
We have friends. That's right.
Yeah.
Sure do. And you just keep going. You just keep going. There's no other choice,
Oh yeah, and I'm I am.
We're going to Applebee's one day, Linda. I'm telling you.
I'm hanging on. So
at least it's not the Olive Garden.
We're going to Applebee's, not the Olive Garden.
Oh yeah, I know you were talking about Applebee's at the beginning, and I was commenting, "Hey,
I know.
Consciously be thinking of me."
I like Applebee's.
No, it's okay. Applebee's I can handle. I don't know if I go on a date, but I could handle Applebee's. So
I go there because I like the people there, and because I get lonely, and so everybody knows me there. They call me Norm. You remember Cheers and Norm? Everybody would say Norm. Well, they call me Norma when I walk in the door.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
because I'm a regular there.
Oh, Norma, because you're the female.
Like Norm, yeah. Female version, Norma, female version of Norm.
I thought it was an opera reference.
Yeah, no. So anyway, well, I won't take up any more of your time.
Thank you, Linda, so much.
Talking with
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was a very beautiful call, as always.
Bye.
You never fail to move
Love
on.
Great.
So is there someone else on the line?
Two more.
The people that call in that wait the longest to come on, they're so raw by the time they
so bad.
They're either screaming and yelling at us annoyed, or they're like so profound because they've been sitting here for like 2 hours contemplating their thoughts, and so I always enjoy the later calls because they either heat up or they blow you up with how impressive they are. And someone is asking how to call in. Candles in the Night Praying. That's a very interesting username.
All right, Stephanie, where are you calling from, Stephanie? Thank you for waiting.
Hi, that's okay. I'm calling from Florida.
Oh, hello. I used to live there. Which part of Florida?
I'm in the Treasure Coast part.
Oh, okay.
In Port Lucie, Stewart, and Jensen Beach.
Sure. I like your accent.
I'm originally from Tennessee.
Oh, it's a nice accent. So so tell us what's on your mind. I don't think you've ever called before, have you?
No, I'm a faithful viewer of the interview room and of Josh, but
no. So what do you think since I've been coming on this show? Have I added to it or detracted?
Oh, you definitely add to it. You're quite a character.
I hope so. I worry sometimes that people are like, bring back my Josh, who's this broken barrel making all this noise, on this show. So I have a complex about it, but I really appreciate that. So how can we help you?
Yeah. My God, I'm listening to everybody and I'm like, geez, I have a lot of, questions for psych, but man, I'm starting to, hey, you really put some emphasis on some things. I lost my daughter to a murder-suicide in 2019.
Oh.
She was a pharmacy and she did research on Mercer and things. Very smart, very intelligent.
How old was she?
34.
Oh, God. You want to talk about it a little bit? Do you want to talk about it? You want to talk about it a little?
Yeah, my name is actually Diane. This is my daughter Stephanie's phone because I refuse to let go of it or change it.
I understand completely.
She was so smart. She got her junior pilot license so she could fly animals back and forth to a forever home, and just a brilliant child. By the time, she was out of school at 17, had finished her PhD, by the time she was 28. It's just a phenomenal child. Beautiful child too. And that's not being prejudiced. You could ask anybody here. They loved her. And I lost my son last year, October the 20th of 2025 to cancer. And he's 45. And a year before that, I lost my mom.
Well, so Stephanie, I got to tell you that, my heart goes out to you, not just losing one child to a violent crime, but then to just an awful disease, so, I have a lot of respect for people that have been through the kind of loss that you have and still manage to get up every day and make a go of it. I have a lot of respect for that.
Thank you. It is hard.
I know.
Death doesn't scare me. Living does. Death don't scare me. Living does. But then I think about if something happens to me, who the hell's going to get up and take care of my dogs and my, I have one remaining son. He's in law enforcement and he's the baby. And I'm constantly wondering what's going to happen with him because he's the baby. And when I mean baby, I was in the military and my children one was 16 or 17 and one was 13. And I didn't really believe I was going to have any more children. And then when I met someone in a army bar, and I flew off to where I was going because I wasn't sure I was coming back. So, had to enjoy myself before I left one time, and winded up with this child which my son always used to tease me. I'm going to be in a wheelchair time this kid graduates, Mom. What was you thinking? But they worshipped him,
Sure.
He was a
Well,
toy.
he turned out to be the great consolation of your life, the one who's still here.
Yes.
Well, that also goes back to our call with Joey H.
That's right, about fate.
About fate. Now, in these sort of situations, I think that fate is real.
I believe in fate is real because not only did I didn't realize how old this gentleman was. He was quite a bit younger than me, but I didn't know that. And he found us after I had gotten discharged from the Army. And then they wanted me to come back because he found us and was willing to marry me and take I was like, oh, Lord, no, I've had enough. It's really funny that we talk about these serial killers and things, but when you're in a militant kind of situation, you really don't think about killing anything. You just do your job.
Right.
So, and then you come home and then you're done unless someone's trying to, you protect home, family, and country. But this fella found me and never left. Longest one night stand ever. We've been together for 27 years.
It's a one life stand. Let me ask you something. Seriously, can you tell us how you were able to bear all of that? What got you through it? What's your secret? Other than that you had to.
I really don't know. Animals. I know it's going to sound crazy. My horse. Every time I felt like
I don't think that's crazy.
I couldn't take it anymore, I'd go straight to my horse and we'd ride it out. We just ride it out. I
think that's brilliant. Yeah.
I did. I had a psychiatrist that told me literally that he's like, you are going, I can't believe you're sitting here in front of me. Because my mom did, literally, I had been at 13 and a half, I had been, anyway, let's just say I had my first child that I was very close to. I had him by the time I was 14. And then my mom gave me to the person that did that. But besides all that, I mean, I've gone through a crazy life, but maybe I'm just come out of the womb fighting with some boxing gloves on and thought maybe this is how you're supposed to handle life. I don't know. But I went to a psychiatrist guy, and he literally told me, he says, I can't believe you're not either on drugs or you're an alcoholic or you're either into sex work. He says, but or you could have been a great assassin, I guess. He says, but he asked me the same thing. What are you doing? You're sane walking around and you still have a smile. I says, you know what? I'm looking at it that this is all temporary. Life is just all temporary. And I tell myself that my daughter loves Ireland. So she always kept saying she was going to get her a pub in Ireland. So I tell everybody when they ask me where my kids is and my mom and stuff, I'm like, they're all in Ireland. They're in Ireland in Dublin there at my daughter's pub. And it saves me from having to go into explanations.
I can see that. I can understand that.
Where do you think they are? Those who've left you, where are they in your mind?
In my mind, they're here, and I'm going to tell you why I say that. Whether anybody, see, that's the thing. I really don't care what anybody thinks. I've always been on my own drum strings here.
Good for you. You're my kind of people.
Yeah, I mean, because people have their own thing, and I believe live and let live. Unless you're messing with me, then that's a whole new situation. But you know, it it's like, I don't know. I think they're here. Sometimes I think they're here. If they're like, my son and I are freaks on comic books and Marvel TV, and we got to see the new Superman together, but we were waiting on the new Fantastic Four. So when it did come out, I had a football made for him because he was a football player. So I got a football urn for him, and I put him in here in the bedroom because this is where he'd come in here and watch TV with me, or I'd go in there and watch TV with him until he had to go in the hospital for his journey, his last journey. And I put him here, put a shirt of his here, pair of his jogging pants there, his favorite he has a little favorite thing called Lucky. It's like a beanie cat. And then I put his picture where his head would be, and then I put his football there so that he could watch the Fantastic Four with me, the new one. And you would not believe the slack I got for that. And I'm just like, because you know what? He's here with me. And sometimes when I'm doing my YouTube or my TikTok, I didn't even get into this really big time except to talk about my son and his journeys and stuff. And he's got like 1 million or 2 people on his that I've got to go on as soon as I can do that, because I know they just loved him. He's on Slade, #Slade. And I don't know, but I don't even know how did I get on this? Oh, listen to Linda. It's all her fault. I wanted to ask this. What makes a 7-year-old what makes a 7-year-old a killer? You know about that? What was his name? Arisis Saded or
Yeah, I know.
He's 7 years old. I know his conditions is bad, but and I really don't know if I believe in because you were raised bad that you're going to turn into something bad, because I have seen people with crackhead parents become lawyers and doctors.
Well, it's complicated because we don't have a big enough sample of children who do that to be able to study them and understand. And we don't have studies really where you're sort of prospectively following. I mean, I'm aware of some work by Abby Marsh, for example, Dr. Abby Marsh, but we're not really like prospectively studying children to sort of see which ones become psychopathic murderers or repeat murders or whatever. So you wind up with this very strange puzzle of how it could happen.
Are they born? Are they made?
Well, that's the $1 million question. But I think when somebody is a little kid and there's been no adverse experience to explain it, and you have some of these callous youth that simply just don't get afraid or upset or about terrible things they might do or reactions in people. There are cases like this. Remember the Mary Bell case?
Yeah, I remember
there,
Mary Bell.
there are some people like that, and I think it gets hard because I'm a scientist. For me, everything is about data. How do you get data to look at that? So I don't like to answer a question if there's no data at all. So I think I agree with you that it is an enormous puzzle.
And it just really blows
especially that story.
Well, what's this guy's name? This Gigio guy. What's his name? I forgot his name.
Rex Heuermann?
Yes. This man, he's huge. He's almost like an Ed Kipper. But sometimes he strangled them, and my understanding is, and sometimes he disassembled them.
But after death, not.
Yeah. So and he's going home every day and acting like, I mean, is he got this mask thing that he puts on? You know, okay, now here's my killer mask, and then he does his thing, then he just takes his killer mask off and goes home and becomes a family man.
I mean, I think that to a certain extent, there are many things that serial killers do that are perversions of normal behavior, right? Not certainly not the killing and the sex assault and the none of that. But I mean that they are ultimately our species, right?
Yes.
So the idea of having a public life and a private life and a secret life is not unique to serial killers, right? All of us, for example, I mean, haven't all of us had that thing where we're in the house with somebody and you're having an argument and they're calling you names and yet raising their voice or whatever, and then the phone rings and the person picks the phone up, they go, "You stupid idiot, blah, blah, blah. Hold on a minute, hold on." Phone rings. "Hello? Oh, hi, how are you? Everything's great. Yeah, we love it. Good. We hope you're having a nice time in Hawaii. Take a couple of pictures for us. Anyway, take care. Bye, Aunt Louise. Love you." Blah, blah, blah. You hang up and then you go, "Now, you stupid idiot. You you know, that kind of thing where you could stop being what you are, like in secret or in private, that is to say, because an outside person is looking in for just a second. And then you have the fact that even under the noses of the people sharing your private life, you can have a secret life. So I have treated people for years. I've worked with people for years that will say, "I was married to this guy for 26 years, 30 years, whatever. And then I went on his computer. One day I was looking for something and I went on his computer and he had a collection of things that were so bad that I had to call the police. And I don't understand how I didn't know him." You
Like
know
a
what I'm
lot of the
saying? I mean,
serial
that
killer
happens.
wives.
That happens.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the person that like comes and kills you in a relationship because of jealousy or whatever, there was a point where you might have sat with them and held their hand and told them you loved them. And
Oh,
you had no
absolutely.
idea
I
that
most
that was
certainly
coming
did with
later.
my daughter's
Right.
boyfriend. He seemed. I knew inside something was the light. There was a light off somewhere, and I told her that. But as far as everything else, he was polite. He come from a good family. He was a pharmacist himself. But see, the little law part in me had gotten a lot of his records, and I showed them to her. He had everything that I say I'm not a trusting person, so maybe this is where I differ. Um, Everything that I could show her on paper, he could explain away. And then when she started seeing the difference, it was too late.
What was the motive?
She just don't want to get. She wanted a different life.
Well, I think Josh's story resonates a lot with that. So
I've
she
been
didn't
with you,
she didn't love
Josh.
him. She didn't love him. He was like a control freak or something.
Oh, she loved him,
Oh, I see.
but
But she didn't want to be with him.
it was coming to a close. Yeah.
And he couldn't handle it.
No.
So what did he do?
Well, she was hung and he was OD'd.
And the determination was that he hanged her, that it wasn't a double suicide?
No, it was not.
Oh, how did they determine that? It's a painful question. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. But I'm sure you know the answer. They were able to determine that from
They
a
were
note
able
or
to
something?
tell, yes. I was
From a
there
note
right
or something.
afterwards,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
He
Unbelievable.
Yeah, because he knew what was happening,
Mhm.
and instead of reaching out to anyone, because the guy next door had a key to the house, he could have come in, he could have helped, he could have done anything, could have been done. But I had seen my daughter that night before. We had made plans because she worshipped her brother, her little baby brother. So he was coming down for college, and we had made all these plans for this was on Sunday night, and then Monday is when it happened. It happened on October the 7th on a Monday, and that Tuesday we were supposed to get together and have. There was just too many plans. She had already talked to a friend about buying a house. And she had 2 dogs because she did not have any children. She had 2 dogs, which I had my grandpuppies. One passed because it was 16. She'd had her for 16, almost 17 years, and I have Ken still, but I don't really know. I always go back to the mind. Well, if you don't do what I say, then this is what's going to happen to you, or if I can't have you, nobody else can, or I don't want you, but I don't want nobody else to have you either.
No, I think Josh can resonate with that.
I've been there with you, Josh. I can't tell you how many times my stepfather put a weapon against my mom's temple and pulled the trigger. And making us watch that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's a cookie cutter sort of scenario that so many people go through, and it's just terrible. It's terrible that people feel that they're so entitled to not only their life but other people's lives as well. That everything revolves around them, and if they can't have exactly what they want, then everybody's got to suffer. So, it's,
do you ever ask yourself, Josh, why didn't he just off himself?
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah.
Did you ever ask him that?
Nah, I never did. That was actually, he had threatened to do that to himself. I don't remember this because I was too young, but my sister remembers. There was an incident where he told my mother that he was going to take his own life, and that he ended up taking something to do that, and then called the ambulance right after he did that. And my sister found him. But I think that it was a tactic. I think it was one of those situations where he was still manipulating the situation.
The master manipulator.
Yeah, basically. And so, but yes, I've always wondered that about anybody that does horrible things to people. I think about the case with the 3 little girls, the Travis Decker case, where he killed his little girls, and then eventually himself. And it's just like, if you were so unhappy, look, I'm not for that at all, but
I know, but please take yourself out by yourself.
Don't make other people suffer. So
it's like the little bit I can't remember the name, where the man already had done away with his wife, and then he had 3 little boys that he was getting visitation to, and he wouldn't let the social worker in because he burned them all to death, including himself.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know. There's so much evil out there, which is what I haven't read it yet, but I got it. The New Evil.
There you go.
It'll be hard, based, with a lot of what you're talking about.
That's what I do. I do die-in for crime on YouTube. I do mostly. I'm on TikTok, and usually I stream you guys on TikTok to make sure you guys get out there.
Oh, thank you.
So that they see who you are, and then I explain who you are, and then I tell them, this is their outlook on it. So I'm not crazy in my head. I'm always about I was also, please do not go from the military into the law enforcement. It's just, don't do that. But when we were to go interview anybody, and I don't know. Is this protocol for you guys? If you go into anywhere to like a jail setting or anything like that, and these people have done something really bad, they tell you walk in, don't fumble around, make sure you have your confident hat on, sit down, make eye to eye contact, show no emotion, and ask your questions in 1, 2, 3. Because no matter what else, when they stray from that, that's not what you're there for. It's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. That's pretty standard. It really is. And you gotta, you do have to walk with a bit of confidence, and, like, what you're doing and what you're talking about, because people, especially in those kinds of places, prey on that. Stephanie, we're going to go ahead and we got to take another call.
I'm sorry. I do want to know. Actually,
go ahead.
Is there any way to get a hold of an email for Dr. Gary and you, or no?
Yes, in the chat.
We'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, they'll put it in the chat. Absolutely.
Oh, they'll put the email in the chat.
Yes.
Or do you have a link, or is it just going to be in the chat? Can you pin it?
It'll be a link.
Okay.
They'll put it in there. Yeah. So just when you go back and chat, ask a mod, and they'll put it in there for you.
Oh, okay. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm sorry. I know there's one more.
What are you sorry for?
No, you don't have to be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Just please tell her that
you touched a lot of lives with this story you're telling.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And my heart goes out to you, Josh, so bad. I think about you all the time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I really do. And I'm agreeing with them, Gary. I think you should keep the beard. I really like it. I saw it first on the interview room. And I'm like, I like his beard. Yeah, that's it. Just don't go all crazy with it. Keep it distinguished like you have it.
Okay. I don't know what it is about it, but everybody seems to say that, so that's nice.
It's debonair. It's better than having ticks on a dog, that's for sure. So you want to make sure you have your fuzz on.
For all these compliments, what does it amount to? It reminds me of Coleridge when he said, "Water everywhere, and not a drop to drink."
Oh my God, isn't that the truth?
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and
y'all have a good night.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye bye.
My God, some people's crosses, Josh, are colossal.
Yep. Let's see. We got let's see.
Absolutely colossal. I love her accent, by the way.
Okay, so we have 4 more calls.
Oh dear God. Okay, all right. That's okay. When we're done, I'll go get my Social Security check.
Cindy, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi. I'll make it quick because I know you've got a lot of calls.
That's okay. I seriously, you've never called before, right?
Yes, I have. I'm from the Southern Tier, New York.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me let you talk a little bit, and I may remember you, because I really don't forget the callers.
We talked because I was from Corning, and you talked
about
the
Rockwell Museum, I told you about the museum, and okay.
And you've had such deep, meaningful conversations. I feel a little frivolous, asking this, but with Rex Heuermann, do you think he can compartmentalize more than most serial killers? Because I'm saying that because, he must have been pretty smart to be an architect, and he was in Manhattan and had this, great architectural profession. And, I saw when other people interviewed him for his job, and it seems like he was pretty successful. And then he goes home to his home that is a dump. And, it just didn't seem to, was he able to compartmentalize what he was doing more than most serial killers?
I don't think that he was doing it to any special degree. I just think that, like many of them, he was able to live a kind of double life. And, but the thing that's remarkable about him is how long he lived a double life. I think part of why the the behavioral science people are interested in speaking to him, is that he clearly learned very much from them, by the way, from people who wrote books like John Douglas and so forth. He studied them, right? He studied what they said about offenders and how they got away with it, how they did things. And I think they want to understand the enemy,
Right. And I can understand why they
learn that, and see if they could get closure probably on other cases. But I think other than the length of time, I mean, the living the double life is not that remarkable.
Oh, no, I know that. I was just thinking that, he's got this architectural firm, and it's like, it doesn't make sense that he would live in a dump of a house. And I was thinking that, that hasn't, he didn't change that. He didn't change that.
No, and another
that was
thing,
his childhood place.
He wasn't very, the truth is, there are some serial killers that when they're in the mask mode, they can really fake being kind, get along with people, be funny, be whatever. Because like I always say, they have empathy, but don't have compassion, right? They can feel what you need to hear to groom you, some of them. And but the thing is, Heuermann was argumentative, grudgy, paranoid, explosive. If he held a grudge against you, it never went away. Remember the story about him having a grievance with a neighbor over a boat, and then the neighbor,
that's
allegedly, and then the neighbor came home and found the boat sawed in half.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
I mean, he's got that kind of personality, right? It seems. So I don't know how compartmentalized he was. I think that he might use the same tools to cut the boat that he used to cut people, right? It's a kind of seething, smoldering rage.
Do you think there's any correlation psychologically that he never did anything to upgrade his house or anything, even though he was an architect? That he kept it as his, that was his childhood home, and that his bedroom was where he tortured women,
or maybe the gun vault or whatever. I mean, it is that it could be that it was like sort of a shrine, to life.
Oh, okay.
There are types like that, but I think it is more that's the type that would care more about what you look like on the outside, and then in private you live a different kind of life.
It just seems like he would be embarrassed being an architect, but
embarrassed,
and live in a house like that somebody might, say there's something must be wrong with you if you live in a house like that.
I mean, all you have to do is look at him. You look at him, and even his hair alone. This is not a person who's particularly savvy about what looks good to the world.
True.
Somebody said the other day that he has 4 haircuts in one.
No, his haircut is something else. I mean, I don't know what that is. I mean,
it's
like you go into the barber and you're like, mess me up.
He looks like Special Jack from Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
yeah. And I saw some people.
My eyes rain. Yeah, right.
I just wanted to quickly say something about his wife, because I know there's other people waiting. Some people have said that
I'm not going into that.
That she couldn't possibly, or that she must have known. But I know of people that are, sociopaths or psychopaths that are such good liars that they can fool a lot of people. They can fool even their spouses, to the point. I mean, I've had that happen to me. So I don't want to get into all that right now because you got people waiting. But it's like I consider myself a pretty intelligent person. I'm got a couple master's degrees and everything like that. But I fell into that trap. So
I mean, it happens to the best of us, because you know what it is. I think we want so badly to make other people into human beings that we can relate to,
right?
That a kind of dissonance takes over, and we don't notice that the person's doing horrible things. You see this a lot with cult leaders, certain, you can see it in political figures, that you want to like them, so you ignore that they're doing things that are completely contrary to every canon of human decency or spirituality or even what you believe. And I mean, you could look all across history. You'll get a political leader that'll say something like, I love God, like out of one side of their mouth, while doing utter and complete violation of everything that is in that faith. And the person looking at them will be like, "Yep, they're a person of faith."
Oh yeah,
because you
prove it.
ignore you ignore the parts that aren't consistent because you just don't want to understand that there are some people that are just a ball of self-absorption, pure selfish,
And in
and
my
you
case,
just
in
don't
my
get
case, it was in my case it was some, my partner had frontal lobe damage after we were together, so
oh
he became, he didn't have any empathy, but I think I was still in love with that person who I thought he was, but he had changed,
yeah well,
because of the damage. So, you hold on to that. Well, I'm still in love with that person, hoping that things will be different, but
well just remember, the idea when you're thinking about a person, just remember, by their fruits you shall know them.
right.
Right? You don't listen to what people say about what they believe and they're good and they're this, that, and the other thing. You look at what they actually do, and then you'll know what kind of tree they are.
When they show you who they are,
Believe them. Right. That's it.
Right.
And that's why I pay more attention to that, because I don't think people could hide it for that long. I give people like 6 months before I believe that they're who they say they are. And then
Right.
personality starts shining through, and then I'm like, oh yeah, now I get it.
Yeah.
And it'll always catch you off guard, because a personality disordered person could be the best person you've ever loved, the best person you've ever dated, the best person in your office, the best person. And then about 6 months, that seems to be the expiration date on hiding it. It starts slipping out, and then you're like, why is the entire office killing each other like Lord of the Flies ever since we hired Diane? Or Mary, like ever since Joe came into place,
Yeah.
we're all fighting, and then you start catching that there's something up with that person's personality. And so there's that type. But I also think, as a good rule of thumb, and at least I don't know what your particular religion, if you have any, is, but I happen to be a Christian person. For me, the rule of thumb is, when I'm trying to tell the difference between good and evil, is I think of the cross. Is it the cross or the anti-cross, the upside down cross?
Right.
So you look at a situation and the person is behaving in a way where they're thinking only of themselves. It's the cross upside down.
Right.
Good is the putting the other person first, the sacrifice, the saying no to the self. And
yeah, my background is I went to seminary, and I'm an ordained minister. So
you get it. So you look at a person, and the person could be standing up holding the Bible in one hand and the flag in the other, and then look at their behavior and you go, is that the cross, or is that the cross upside down?
Right.
And then you know what you're dealing with in life. You see.
Right.
So you and you're going to encounter people like that. That's how you think of it. And once you get that in your head, you can't get it out, and you'll notice it in yourself too. You'll go, what I'm doing right now, is that the cross, or is that the cross upside down?
Yeah, well, I tell people things like that because of, in my profession, I'm a chaplain, and I tell people things like that, but I have to keep reminding myself, this isn't the person that I married. He was damaged. So now I've come to some agape type love.
That's the best. But everybody in this audience has probably at some point known someone who's a wolf in sheep's clothing. But you know what I think is worse? It's the second wolf in sheep's clothing. It's the feeling like an imbecile because you took another chance and you got hurt again. Those are the worst. Because the person who comes along and says, I'm the one who's going to be good after you told me the story of the first awful person.
Yeah.
And they do the same thing, or they're
That's
worse.
how they suck you in.
That's how they suck you in. To me, that's another one of those people that goes in that special place in hell, along with the bullies and the what did I say? I don't even remember anymore. All the people that I said go there, but that's the trick. Look at the fruit.
But there are some people that are such good liars that I know of. A man who's an addiction counselor that's pretty famous in the United States, and he has to puts people on lie detector tests because he said you can't even, and they have passed. So But
it is what it is. But the good news is that you can't hold the lie together forever.
that's right. You
Eventually,
can't.
it's going to slip out.
Eventually,
I
it will.
seen things in my lifetime that I have known people that seem to forget that I'm a lot of things in this world, but stupid is on the list, and that I could see through them. And
Right.
I have people lie right to my face, and I'm thinking to myself, "Do you believe this?" Anyway, Josh, have you ever known a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yeah, of course.
The worst, right?
Yeah, it is, and you just feel very betrayed and
That's right.
yeah, taken advantage of. Yes, absolutely.
But the good news is that you haven't let it stop you from,
No.
it's like if you stop buying lotto tickets, you can't win the lotto. You got to keep scratching the tickets till you hit a winner. Otherwise, but if you give up completely, there's no shot of winning. So you got to keep trying, so, but I really, really appreciated the call, and I love hearing what you do. That really makes me happy, because I think of people who do stuff like that as a kind of army that's out there fighting the darkness, and I'm glad we have you on the in the
Oh,
ranks.
thanks. I deal mostly with young people, and
That's the best people to deal with.
And it's like sometimes they, I can tell that they're lying about certain things, and I always say, "Look, I've been through a lot in my life. Now, tell me what's really going on."
Yeah, but young people, sometimes they lie to get you to give them what they want without being vulnerable. So they'll tell you a story of pain that's a fake one, but they do want the support. But that's beautiful, because what you're really saying by saying that is, I want to know who you really are in your heart. Like, who are you actually? And that's something that a lot of people have never heard anybody say to them. I told Josh a few weeks ago, every time I meet a homeless person, the first thing I say to them is, "What's your name?" It has an enormous effect on a person to think that someone cares. And a lot of times they're really sweet. They'll say, "My name is Paul, but everybody calls me, Scrappy." And I'll be like, "Okay." And then I'll remember it forever. And it means the world to them.
And it makes them feel like they're a person again, not just some statistic out there.
That's right. And that's the key. Always treat everyone like they're a person. All right.
It was good talking to you, and thank you.
All right.
Bye now.
Right. So who's next, Josh?
Heather.
Of awesome people. Oh, this is Heather, my piano page fan. I think.
Oh my God. Am I on right now? I didn't even remember that I was on hold.
Really?
I've been watching and listening on the TV.
Where did you think?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How have you been enjoying the piano music?
I love the music.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
I forgot I was on hold. I don't have any sad stories or anything.
You don't have
This
to.
week is actually good right now.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Josh?
Yes.
By any chance, well, I shouldn't say that. Or I know you like certain sports, but do you like boxing too?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you going to watch? I was curious. It's like history tomorrow. It's Tyson's last fight. He's on Netflix at 2:00.
Yes. Yeah, I watch every Tyson Fury fight. Absolutely.
Okay. I was just curious if you were going to
that'll
watch
be.
it too.
Boxing's probably, besides baseball, my favorite sport.
I like boxing, Josh. Would you believe it?
Really?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Of all things, I happen to like boxing. I also like hockey. Nobody knows that about me, but I do. And the thing, my brother always teases me. He goes, "Name a fight. You just are saying that so you look like you like sports." I'm like, "No, I actually like boxing." Yeah. I don't know why. I think I like it because it's so primitive that it's honest. It doesn't feel.
It's honest.
Very primitive.
I mean, did you not see when Tyson bit his ear? That's not honest. But
that was hungry.
That was history too. That made history.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. Do you understand one single word that Mike Tyson says, by the way?
Oh, yeah, all the time. I've had
I love him in the Hangover movies,
Yeah,
but
he's funny, man. He's
I
actually
love Phil Collins. I love that he loves that song and it's funny.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
it is
understand one
funny.
word he
He's
says.
got that very difficult to understand way of speaking, but his temper and kind of, he's a very, very interesting character.
Did you ever remember when Mike Tyson, when they asked him like his injury, and then he said he had an injury during the fight, and he said that he's like, I broke my back, and they're like, what part? And he's all spinal.
I watched him in an interview with Eminem, and I was cracking up the whole time.
That's terrible, but it's funny.
Spinal.
Could not understand it.
I don't know what he's talking about. He's up there with like, I don't know.
He does an insane amount of mushrooms too.
Really?
Yeah, he's obsessed.
Okay. Do you like wrestling, Josh?
Huh?
Do you like wrestling?
Like
I don't. It's fake.
Yeah.
No.
Like the really fake, like over the top, like cheese ball,
No.
funny nickname, like really obvious.
I'm a football fan, and I'm an Eagles fan.
No,
and,
I don't.
I think boxing is almost.
And I like boxing,
but wrestling is almost like, in a really weird way, watching ballet, because it's men who have learned to do a choreography. Lifting you above the head, spinning them. It's like a kind of a campy, like if John Waters directed a ballet, right? So it's like the most
I don't see things like you do.
Form of ballet. No, but the thing is, it's not that different from a kind of choreography. I mean, they're not doing Michael Kidd, but they're lifting people above the head, spinning them, throwing them down, plopping over a certain way with the elbow, leaping, going to the audience with the chair, and I just think there's something about it and that is very much like the ballet. I don't understand how anybody could look at it and not think that. And when I think of all those hyper virile people cheering,
look at people that are at those wrestling matches. Does it look like they're into ballet? That's what they go think. Oh, look, this looks like ballet.
I think they probably would like ballet, and it would be very funny to see them watching it. Yes, they'd be like, I really like Swan Lake. Like, that's funny to me. I like this Tchaikovsky. That's funny to me. But I think that there's something. No, and I don't want to make it seem like all people that like wrestling are goofballs, because I happen to think it's fun. But seriously, Heather, it's always very nice when you call, because you call for no reason other than to just express.
Yeah, and I just wanted to tell you a couple.
How much you enjoy the show and you like the music, and I like that.
I love your music, and I've been asking you to learn yesterday.
I know how to play it. I'm holding off because I've already done "I Will" and "Good Night" and "In My Life."
Yeah, I know.
Like 50-something videos. I mean, how much Beatles could I do? But
I want yesterday.
I actually did record "A Day in the Life," and then I never posted it.
I love the Beatles, but I've been wanting to hear you play that. All right. So my other thing I wanted to tell you.
All right. What else?
A good week.
Right.
My daughter's 16. She got her permit on Monday.
Congratulations.
She got 100. So I wanted to tell you that.
Very
her junior prom's tomorrow night.
Very good.
So that's something good. I got my CrimeCon ticket today.
Oh, I'm debating if I should go. Josh, are you going?
I also bought. All right. So this girl,
I believe
apparently was selling her ticket because she can't go. She's going to Ireland instead.
How much is the ticket?
She sold it to me for $200.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it would normally be. I think the regular ticket's like.
I think
$355.
So it is really weird though.
But John Douglas.
Yeah, no, I know.
He has left. That's why yes.
If I went, I'm sure, because there are people there that I'm very close with who know John very well.
I know you are.
Right, but I'm saying John knows who I am, but I've never met him in person. And the thing, I've communicated with him, but the thing is that if I went, I know that I would be like taken back.
Well, when will you decide?
In person.
You have to decide soon.
Well, the last time I went, it was a very interesting experience because I spoke and that was fun. but encountering a lot of people who have seen you on the screen that sort of come up to you and have mixed feelings about you, most of them very kind, some of them very strange, some of them looking at you like they've got Graves' disease, very wide eyes, like that kind of thing. Some of them, coming near you and being very bizarre and telling you things that
I think you should go. And I
bought
an
it was
extra
a very
ticket.
unusual, because I'm very believe it or not, I'm very introverted and I'm not a crowd person, and there's just something about the swamp of that many people in one
Me
place.
too. I'm scared to death. I'm going by myself.
No, not scared. It has nothing to do with that. It's just, it's too much of it. I'm the kind of person that sitting with one person and listening to all their feelings and all their thoughts is so intense that to be in a room with hundreds of them, thousands of them, it's
It
like
freaks me
I'll
out
pass
thinking
out.
about it.
Too much.
Yes.
Right. And they're all crime fans, and a lot of them know who and they come up and they say things like,
All
"Will you
know who
draw
you
something
are.
for me? Will you write something? Will, like, whatever." And it's odd,
Well,
and
I bought a ticket to do a meet and greet with him because I want him to sign Mindhunter. And I still want to know if it's okay if I send my book, even though I have the paper, if I send my book with a return thing
people
to
do it
your,
all the time. They just put
and you'll do it for me.
envelope. They
And
put a
I'm going to bring Mindhunter when I go. And Josh, I was curious to know if you were going.
Well, I think I am. That was the conversation I had with McDonough, but I'm also kind of waiting to hear what Dr. Gary's going to do, because if he's going,
you mean if I go, it's the deciding factor for you?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm probably,
Chris is going with Karen. I mean, what's
no, I know that him and I were just talking about it the other day, but I think so. I mean, I it's not very far from me, so I
I
gotta work a couple things out. And that's
Maybe I just feel
leaving from Philadelphia Airport it's a far right. It's not that expensive though, airfare.
Well, I wouldn't fly there. I drive everywhere, and the thing is that, or take trains. I hate flying.
You would fly. You would drive to Vegas.
Airplanes, and it's not that I'm afraid of them. I just hate them.
You would drive to Vegas. I mean, a train maybe, but
I would probably take a train. I would give me an excuse to take a few days off, do some writing on the train, But there's just something about an airplane. The people pressed up against you, the stewardess with that Coney Island grin coming and giving you bad, food, the people squeezing the bags, the having to take.
Sound like when I was agoraphobic.
No, not dealing with it. No,
I understand that. And Josh, yeah, it's not far from you. Actually, one of the times I've seen you guys all together on the show, you were talking about the Three Stooges. I know you're a fan of them. You were describing
we were saying that we were like the Three Stooges. Yes, I remember.
What?
Yeah, and I'm early.
Like the Three Stooges.
Larry's my cousin.
Larry Fine is your cousin? Oh, that's very interesting. How
we were friends. We used to stay at his niece's house when we would go.
She's like your second or third cousin?
My third cousin, yes. She used to have a place in AC, and we would stay there.
Now that you can't make up.
Dr. Gary, when was the last time?
I would have no reason to.
What, Josh?
When was the last time you flew on a plane?
Oh, God.
I did a true crime series out in California, and I had to go by plane or I couldn't be on the series. Funniest thing about that, I won't say what series it was, this is absolutely true. I had a terrible accident and broke my front tooth. I looked like Alfred E. Newman. I had a missing front tooth. And then I did like a Zoom with the people from the show, and they said, "We need you there in 2 days. Like, you have to fly out there." And I was like, "Well," and I smiled, and I had the missing tooth, and they were like, "And you've got to replace that tooth." And I had to go. Literally, I went to an emergency dentist. The guy was a total piece of work. He gave me like a cover, like a fake veneer that went over the front tooth. You can't tell. And then I got on that plane with that tooth, and I never forget. I went into the bathroom, I looked in the mirror, and I was like, "What have I become?"
Yeah,
I replaced this tooth, and I'm on this godforsaken tin can with wings to go.
You're making me a nervous wreck with these stories. Being on a plane, being in a crowded place like this. Oh my God.
It's just like
Well, you have to make up your decision soon. And I really think, imagine you with with
That
Douglas.
fake tooth. Oh yeah, no, I know it. But I told you we know each other. I
know he's doing it I know you do.
I just would like to be in the same room. I remember, you know,
he's doing it Friday night.
The
first night, Friday night, at Caesars from 7:30 to 10:30. That's what I bought the ticket for, and the meet and greet.
Well, you know, there are some people. There are a few people out in the true crime world that, like, authentically would like to put me in a guillotine. Okay, but most, like 98%.
I'm trying to get you on Courtroom Confidential forever now.
Right, like 98%, I would say, are really very positive, and so I'm not. That's not my issue. Although, you know, when I first got into true crime, I worried about that. Josh, do you have a lot of people that dislike you, or you're generally liked?
Yeah,
no,
I don't know.
Like, do you have people that would be like you'd go to Crime Con and use the bathroom, and they'd be like,
it would be different than you, though. It would they just wouldn't ask him doctor questions, but he is adored.
No, I mean, I'm pretty tall too and big, and I'd whoop somebody's ass probably pretty easy.
Yeah, and he's adored on this channel. So
yeah. Well, I'll think about it, but what day is it? When is true crime? No, when is crime? What day is it now?
The 31st is Sunday. The 30th is Saturday.
Of May?
The 29th. It's Friday, the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st.
Of what month?
May.
Oh, it's really soon. I think it's more like
it is. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said you have to decide.
I think I'm just frustrated that I'm not on a panel or something, because it's like I'm gonna.
Don't you have to ask or request it? That's what Chris said.
Well, I've been on it before, but I was invited, you know, and it's just I just don't get it. I'm like, why go if I'm not, you know? But I think
people would want to do a meet and greet with you, and you could charge them for it.
There's a book I'm working on that I think the publisher will probably do a.
That's my next question. Right. I want to know when it's.
But that won't be till the one in New York, probably, right?
If it is in New York, I don't know.
Isn't that the one you're doing with Ann Burgess?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, isn't it? You keep telling me it's coming. It's coming. I'm waiting.
You know, listen. You know, perfection takes time, right? I mean, what do you want? I mean, we obsess.
I know.
I obsess over these things, but listen. If I don't think I'm going to go to Vegas, but I probably will go to the one in the fall, wherever that is. I mean, with my luck, it'll be the one they hold in, like, you know, Celebration, Florida, you know. But
for your book,
right? Because I'm going to miss Vegas.
So you're going to have a book signing. You're just not going to do Crime Con. You're going to have a book signing.
I don't know. I mean, you know,
you have to.
But there's part of me that is tempted to go to this one because there are some people that I know are going that they haven't announced yet. And I really would like to see them, you know. But anyway, have a good time if you go. If you see Josh, you know, resist the urge to, you know, run up there and give him, you know, massive hugs or something, you know. He'll have to denaturize you with a you know, one of those Martian ray guns or something. But anyway.
So I have a big day tomorrow, getting her ready for the junior prom, and now she's her permit, and I'm teaching her to drive.
Is she the one who is in the little icon picture with you on your?
Yeah, that's Jules. That was her. We were actually right. We just came out of a show on Broadway. What did we see? Oh, the Michael Jackson show.
Oh,
Thriller or whatever. What was it called? It was It was amazing. I can't think of what it's called.
There's so many bad jokes I could make. I was going to say You Can't Beat It.
Oh, I love Michael Jackson.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of really cheeseball jokes. Well, anyway, thank you so much. And thanks for your continued support. There are days that I will write a piece of music for 2 hours or 3 hours, and you'll be the only person.
I know. Just one time, just think about it. And I want to hear yesterday.
But that's
Josh, I hope you come.
Yeah.
All right.
Enjoy the fight tomorrow.
Right. I will.
Hopefully it goes longer than a second.
I sure will. Thank you, Heather.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. Is there someone else on the line?
Yep. We got one more. How do you pronounce your name?
Yeah, I'm going to go by, I think Gary might recognize you from TRR MacB 818. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't want my regular name used.
No, you don't have to.
Your name is in other words, you don't want people to know your name.
No, I'm not tech savvy.
So what shall we call you?
Just go by Mac.
Okay, Mac. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I haven't become a member, Josh. I'm kind of new to your channel, so I'm getting acclimated.
Yeah.
But I wanted to tell you about Ted Bundy. Oh yeah. I've only told this full story to the cops. And I never really told my late husband. I only told him very briefly when we were beginning to date and he hopped out of a van on me I'm a retired law enforcement of 35 years. And he scared the shit out of me. And the only reason I told him was if you want to date me, you don't jump out of vans. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to date you and I'm not just getting in the van again. Well, this goes back to, and this is why I want to talk to you about this. And I kind of been mulling this. Forgive me if I get nervous because after talking about this for about 24 hours, maybe a little longer, I have to come down from the experience because it's in my face. And I lived in the city, San Francisco. San Francisco is a melting pot for these freaks, a melting pot. And my mother sent me to the store at 20th and Guerrero, down the corner from Dolores Park in San Francisco. Well, I went down there and Bundy must have been following me. When I split the store, I had milk, something for my neighbor, and I was coming back up at 20th. Well, the reason I say he was following me was because I didn't see him, but the way he backed this van up, he backed it in on 20th and it was busy. This was at 4:00 in the afternoon at the beginning of summer, bright day out. He backed it in and it was right in front of Santana's house on 20th and Dolores. He was wearing a light colored blue dress shirt with the arms rolled up mid-arm. He asked me 2 questions. I can't remember the second question. It's going to hit me like a Mack truck when I remember it. The first question was, do you like candy? What made me stop was he had to be following me. My grandfather was lieutenant in the same police department I entered. And I put the brakes on. Mind you, I was nervous. My body was reverberating. My legs became lead. And I couldn't go around the back of the van because he was butt up against the garage door and I was scared. I didn't know if the back door had doors. I had no idea. I was freaked. So I ran into the middle of the street at 20th and Dolores and I cut to the island. And I knew this guy was a real problem because at 20th and Dolores, there's a stoplight. There was when I was a kid, there is now, and there forever will be. What he did was there was a red light. I cut my eyes, there was a red light, and he went through the red light. He came up on me. I was on an island. Where I live, there's a street called Dolores Street with islands from the beginning to the end. I can't remember what he said to me. And I didn't go off the island. I was kitty corner to my street. I didn't hop off the island. I went to the middle of it so he couldn't grab me. And he was laughing. His eyes were maniacal. His hair was brown and wavy. I never deep dove into Ted Bundy. I was too busy with the family. My dad was a drunk. My mom, I find out later, was a schizophrenic. This is where the twist is going to come. And when I got home, Well, I went to my neighbor's house and dropped her shit off, and she said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No, I'm not okay. Someone just tried to kidnap me. I can barely move." Our house was 1, 2, 3, 4 doors up, and I walked in. I got upstairs, and I was telling my parents, "Someone just tried to kidnap me." And my mother, take note of this one. So if I lose track, and my mother said, "Oh, you're home." And I looked at her and I made a mental note of this. I've held on to. I'm 62 right now. I'm retired. I just do jury consulting for behavior analysis, pro bono. And my father didn't have a heat on that day. And a little bit of time passed. My dad came up to me and he said, "What happened?" Same story I'm telling you right now. But on Dolores Street, what he kept doing is if I went down the street, like down the hill, he backed the car up down the hill. When I went up the island, he went up the island. Then he went down a third time. And he was laughing the whole time. His eyeballs were dancing. He had he was a good looking guy at my age, looking back on it, right? But he was absolutely stone cold fucking nuts.
But how old were you at the time?
I was 12. And I was big. I bloomed. I was 12. I was a swimmer, starting to train for the 84 Olympics.
Very interesting. Uh-huh.
And so, sorry.
How did you know?
It's the first time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been in psychotherapy since my career started, right?
Mm-hmm.
And never told him. Thank you for listening. So,
of course,
my dad came up and asked me what happened. And so I gave him this. And he took me down to the station. There's got to be a police report on file because we don't do destruction. It'll be microfiche, right? And so I tell the cops what I'm doing. What happened. And I'm thinking that they'll pay attention because at this time, my grandfather was a lieutenant. I knew at this age that I wanted to be a cop, and I grew up because my best friend was my grandfather. And I eventually, obviously, started working for the PD when I was 16. Legally went in when I was 21. So you do the math from 16 to 55, maybe a little bit more. And I did work missing persons, SVU, some homicide. Anyhow, after that, it sort of went away. Like no one really freaking listened to me. This is some serious shit. And shortly after, I don't remember the time frame. It was that summer where comes a twist, and I don't know anything about this twist. And this is absolutely 1000% on the Holy Bible. I'm a Roman Catholic. God is my witness. Strike me dead with lightning right now. I am in the Southwest with my aunt, my dad's sister, and my uncle for going to the Four Corners. So I'm down there, and I'm in I'm going for a long vacation. Why? Because my parents had my brother with hemophilia. I'm the healthy child. We need a break. To do their family thing and keep her into sports and busy. Anyhow, I'm in a restaurant. What state I'm in, I do not know. I want to say Arizona. And I'm sitting in a booth here. My aunt is to my left. My uncle Walt is sitting across from my aunt, like a Zim's. Maroon chairs with the gold nails. So I'm looking at my menu and I feel I'm being watched. I look up and there's the fucker again. This is the same dude that was on Dolores Street, 20th and Dolores Street, that was sitting across from me in the booth over and laughing. I told my aunt, this is the guy who tried to kidnap me, period. This is the guy who tried to kidnap me. And I said, I have to go. I got to go. So she took me and we went to the bathroom. We're standing in front of the bathroom door. There's a woman's, there's a man's door. This guy's standing right across from me. Same shirt, blue shirt, rolled up, laughing. That same laugh he had in the white van on 20th and on Dolores Street. And he knew I knew. We were having this exchange. I was freaked out, reverberating again. She wasn't listening to me at all. We go in the restaurant, telling him, this is the guy who recently tried to kidnap me. It can't be, Siobhan. We're in Arizona. I said, I don't give a shit. Basically, I didn't swear at the time. Maybe I did. I don't recall. And, used the restroom and everything like that, came out, gone. Now, the twist is I'm shaking so bad right now. God. The twist is over the decades, I've thought about this. And at that time, my father came into money. And I found in my mother's, I snooped around. And when they weren't around, I would go into her bedroom. And in her bedroom, I found a black pot with a bunch of cash in it. My dad's cash is green. Okay. So I went back to 20th and Dolores when I entered the house, and she said, oh, you're home. She tossed me around a lot. I grew up in a lot of different houses because of his drinking. Now I know she's got schizophrenia. I found that out when I was 15, 16. I split home at that point. But the statement of you're home, well, yeah, I'm home. You sent me to the store to get milk and bread and shit like that. Now I'm home. I was going over that in my head as if she was surprised that I came back home. What did you expect? With Bundy on Dolores Street and Bundy in Arizona, 100%. 1,000%. 100,000%. A million and wrap around that moon with Artemis and back was Bundy. I wondered if she hired him from the neighborhood to get rid of the daughter. I don't know.
But wait, before you proceed, how did you know that it was Ted Bundy? You were 12 years old.
I didn't know then. I had no idea.
So you saw years later when he was arrested and came to the attention of the public. No. You were like, oh, that's the guy? Or
no.
Like, how did that happen?
No.
Oh, tell me.
I can't tell you when it happened. I saw a picture of him. And I said, that's the guy. When I was working patrol, one night I had gone out and I rolled up on a suspicious vehicle. 3 dudes were inside the vehicle.
Mhm.
I didn't know who I was talking to at that point.
Mhm.
2 white guys and a Hispanic guy. Suspicious of all living hell. I didn't have any probable cause. They didn't throw a cigarette out the window. However, white boy in the back seat was shitting his pants. The driver was shitting his pants, but the dude in the passenger seat was as crazy as Bundy. And they almost looked alike. They had a very much of a resemblance. And another guy rolled up, and another cop, and I said, this guy stinks. This is a problem vehicle. Everything checked out the res. They didn't litter for me to get PC. Absolutely zilch. And I was angry about that. And I sat across the street, and a call run came up. I had to handle the run. I came back. They were gone. It was Richard Ramirez in the passenger seat. He resembled Bundy. The hair, the smile, the bill, even the bill. And I can't, Gary, I can't put a finger on it when I saw the picture of Bundy. It might have been in the Chronicle where that's him.
But just to be clear, on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being not at all, 10 completely, how convinced are you that it was Ted Bundy?
Beyond 10.
I see. So there's no part of you that says, okay, maybe this terrible thing happened to me, but it could have just been like a kind of look-alike pervert, or something. Because, I mean, the thing is, it is true that with Kimberly Leach, there was the targeting of a child that age, but he really didn't identify he didn't get identified by anybody as being interested in victims that young, generally. Although I do wonder, Ramirez, on the other hand, for whom these things were like a free for all, probably had a lot more child victims than we think, because recently DNA has helped to point to that.
She said that she was developed for her age.
Yeah, I mean, are you saying that you think that he might have thought you were that you were?
Oh, for sure.
I see.
Sure. I was tall.
Mm-hmm.
I was very broad shouldered from swimming.
Uh-huh.
But
he asked you if you like candy, which is a line that
he asked like if I had candy, and started this maniacal laugh. And there was a second question. I will remember it at some point in time, and like something stupid. He was laughing at his own question to me. Do you like candy?
Like it was
that was cliche. It was so cliche for a kidnapper to ask that he was laughing at his own question that he posed to me in a maniacal way. Now, oh no, it was him.
I mean, let me put it this way: what you're describing is so viscerally upsetting, and the memory that's flooding back to you is so real and emotional for you that there's no question that you encountered somebody who did a horrible thing to you. I just think that it's interesting to think about that you are so certain that it was Ted Bundy. I suppose he had a very distinct look, and you would know if you saw him.
Well, the thing on the look, the thing in I would say the past, I looked at him maybe over the past year in court.
Yeah.
This case with his mother. Mm-hmm. And I looked at, there was something else I looked at. Another picture of him. And I looked at serial killers. See, I've been busy with my career and life in general that I really haven't had a chance to sit down and see. I wanted to see a booking photo of him is what I wanted to see, because I saw his profile and I saw him on Dolores Street looking right at me. Now, if I look at his picture dead on straight, it's Ted Bundy. If I go to a profile picture, like a booking photo where I do the front and the side view, the only problem I have with that, with me, that I struggle with is the nose. that the dude I saw had more of a Roman nose than what I see on Bundy, except when he turns frontwards. Then when he turns frontways, it's him.
Mac, I live in the Pacific Northwest, and I knew a lady or know a lady who was at the lake she was at a lake in Seattle, and she was just telling me this privately years ago that a guy on crutches was trying to get her and her friend to help him, push his boat into the water. And after Bundy was arrested, and they saw his photo, because they thought it was weird, that he was trying to row a boat with, while being injured and trying to get in it still. They didn't understand it, and they found it odd. And they didn't get into the boat with him. It turned out, that it was Ted Bundy. And so, he was very active between Washington and Northern California during the time that you're saying. And, I mean, it's terrifying to think about, but, wow. I mean, that's something that, I don't know. That's just something that would be, especially when somebody tries to kidnap you or something like that. I think that kind of gets etched in your memory. So, I mean, I think that you recounting his face would
it's a video. And I tell Gary that strange circumstances, like I said, my city's small. It appears big, it's small, and people go in these little pockets. I have a letter from David Carpenter, this trailside killer. I shit you not. His parents babysat me. This dude lived underneath with a white van, not Bundy. And I have the letter, well, bye, so and so, enjoy when you move, because I was moving. And this is when we moved to the house where an asshole tried to. Thank God I didn't get within 4 feet of that van. I mean, I put the brakes on. Thank God in heaven. I always wondered if there's someone else in the back of his van that if I went to those sliding doors, I would be gone. I don't know. Or it was fine. What do you think? I was going to hop in the front seat and say, yeah, let's go. Yeah, give me candy. And the second question, I can't remember, like animals maybe, or something stupid.
Gary, did he do drugs?
There was definitely alcohol use. He would use.
I mean, he could have been acting erratically as well, being weird. And
I mean, I think alcohol was more his favored, drug.
This is not him, is it? I don't know if you can see this on your new book, The New Evil. Is that his face on there?
No, that's an artist created a kind of frightening skeleton face on the cover. Although there is an image inside the book of Bundy's kit that Sullivan had, and I was able to use for the book. But it's certainly a disturbing. I mean, there's no way around it that it's a horrifying story. I mean, whoever it was, and it sounds like there's this conviction that it's Bundy. I mean, you got to remember, I've encountered a lot of people who have had chance encounters or terrifying encounters with certain offenders. I mean, one of the members of our foundation, of the Cold Case Foundation, has been on podcasts talking about how her son's babysitter was Ted Bundy. And she's like one of the leading authorities on DNA in the world, and like her, it's like the guy was sort of everywhere,
Yeah, and Bundy ran into a lot of people, and he stalked a lot of people, and he acted really weird towards a lot of people. So, look, and I'll say this, Mac, there are going to be people that, will not believe what you're saying.
Right.
I'm not one of those.
I just think, I think you believe it. I hear
I'm
you.
not one of those people. And what I'm telling you is that it would not be, especially for the proximity, that it would not be abnormal for Bundy to be out rolling around the streets. It's not, now we look at him like, he's this like mythical figure, that all these documentaries have been written about now, and or documentaries have made about, and he's been written about, and he's been executed, and he's kind of got this lore and all this stuff. Bundy was a pretty normal, run-of-the-mill weirdo who walked around cities, went from he was kind of a vagabond, and it would not have been abnormal for somebody to be harassed or stalked by Bundy that ultimately never was apprehended by him or killed. It's pretty on par. I mean, it did happen a lot.
Well, I wonder if the city I'm in gave him, I mean, Dolores Park is a area for drinking, drugs. Santana was down there on the weekends. I lived a block up on Liberty, and a hangout. Then you just pop on over and you're in the Castro. On my day, the gay community, you pop on over. These little pockets are all.
Well, he went to school in Stanford.
Right down the road.
Right down the road. Yeah.
I see. I don't know any of this because it's too.
Yeah, he was like Dr. Gary said, he was all
for me to process. I don't want to know much about him. I just know what I experienced. Yeah. Saw his picture and said, "That's the dude."
I mean, he was all over the place. He really was. Like I said, he traveled a lot, right, Dr. Gary?
He was very transient.
He was always on the move. So
I think the best thing to do in all of these situations is, to treat it that whether it was Ted Bundy or not, you had a harrowing experience with somebody who creeped the crap out of you at 12 years old. God knows what the person would have done to you. And, it stayed with you your entire life. And I think, that listening to you clearly, I mean, you were like never the same because of this. And, it's almost like, how do I say this? I just think that it feels as if it's become your life work to kind of fight these kind of people because of this experience in a way. You know what I mean? That you a police officer and you know what I'm saying? You got into law enforcement and all that. I mean, don't you feel like to a certain extent that there's something safe about feeling like, you're armed and kind of like on the side of the law and all of that? I mean, do you see a connection between doing that for a living and
I do. I see that,
Right.
The alcoholism was there first. Then El Crazio, mom, was there. The rescue with the hemophilia in the family was there. All the seeds.
My nephew,
plus my best friend was my grandfather. He was a lieutenant.
Oh.
Mac, my nephews have hemophilia, and my cousin. My sister's a carrier. My mother was a carrier. I didn't end up with it.
We know each other then because it's a very small community.
Yeah,
my son has it. I'm mild. I'm the carrier. The whole family's had it for, oh my God, I got the cards and newspaper clippings for 7 generations.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah.
Well, that was some story.
Not a story. It's for me. It was my reality.
No, that's not what I mean. I just mean for the listeners. I mean,
yeah, but as a police officer, it did really help with connecting to what I consider my clients when I go on a run.
Right.
And all these childhood experience absolutely helped me in my career. I mean, I can look it on the computer and know kind of what I was going into already preemptively.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you listening to me. The cops really took it with, at that time, was it what, the 70s? Am I right on that?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I'm 62. I was
It was 50 years
12.
ago. I mean,
Yeah, 12. I'm not arithmetic. One of the reasons I became a cop. You don't have to do math. But I wanted to tell Linda, if she's listening, that I'm praying for you, number one, Josh, you too.
Thank you.
And my law enforcement husband took his life. Do I have the right lady? And who can't move on or having a hard time? Was that her? That I heard you. He's been my husband. It was supposed to be a murder suicide, and kind of love on yourself and give yourself grace on a daily basis. You're going to make it. Trust me. If I made it, and I'm still standing after that event, which my PTSD, what happened that night, the lead up that happened, the after effects of the event. Yeah. Going back to work in law enforcement, into missing persons for 5 years, which turns into homicides, which unravels from there. Linda, you got this.
Yeah.
You got this.
Very nice.
Absolutely. You just keep one day at a time.
Well said, Mac. We appreciate you calling and sharing your story with us. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. I do appreciate it. I actually feel a little lighter now.
Hey, that's a good thing. And thank you. Thank you.
Lighter in the spiritual sense.
Absolutely.
The weight I've been carrying.
Absolutely. No, it's an incredible testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Gary.
You're so welcome. Thank you and I know that was very hard for you. It sounds like it was one of the first times you've ever laid all that out like that.
Yeah, she said she never told that story before. And so I like I said, I appreciate it. Dr. Gary, I'm exhausted. What about you?
Well, I died maybe about 2 hours ago. I've been in a state of rigor mortis.
But it's been great.
Holding me up like Weekend at Bernie's, kind of making me look like I'm alive. I'm bathed in formaldehyde. It's been interesting.
Guys, go over to Dr. Gary's channel. We've been running it in the chat. Go check him out. And if you feel so inclined, buy him a cup of coffee. He loves coffee. Guy drinks coffee like it's water. I've never actually seen him drink water, to be honest with you. Do you drink water?
Sometimes when my gills require it, but seriously, and read The New Evil. It really helps. I'm working on some new books, and then there'll be probably a lot of podcast appearances about that. So the cycle goes on and on and on. But when you write about true crime, you never run out of material. That's for sure.
That's true.
But listen, I really appreciated it. I believe it or not, I'm going to get up a couple hours and go to work for a long day.
I understand. Well, I appreciate
it. Huh?
I appreciate. Are you appearing this weekend anywhere?
I'm doing the Interview Room on Sunday.
Okay, so Sunday.
And I got invited on a couple of shows, but I don't know yet what's happening with them. And there is a very big one that I've been invited on, like a very household name kind of TV show, but I don't know yet what's happening with that. They're booking it, and then so I won't say what it is yet. I filmed for an investigation discovery documentary. I will announce that when I have the name. And you and I are going to do the show with Dr. Salter.
Can't wait. That'll be our next one, and it'll probably be about a week or so.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I know she's, her schedule is a little, but we'll work it out. All right,
Dr. Gary, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're so welcome. I always love these calls. I think
I had a good time. Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
And we thank Dr. Gary for his time and expertise. And anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. If you would, for me, please just hit that like button. Let me see. If Dr. B doesn't want to talk to crowds of people, he can play the piano. Yeah, I don't know if he's in. I don't think. I mean, that would be funny just to see him play the piano and put him in a top hat. God, that would be so funny. You know what? And damn it, I forgot, Deb. I forgot to get this answered, but I'm going to mark this down for next time. And I apologize. I didn't mean to miss this. Deb, I apologize. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I had a great time. You guys are always the best. And we'll see you next time. Yeah, it's a good crowd. It was a great crowd, man. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
You're going to have the haters, right?